confidence. The federal government has been actively working on various projects across the nation. And for us in Ondo State, we have a lot of them that we can talk about. If you permit me to just mention just few. Here in Ondo State, notably, Rural Access and Agricultural Marketing Project RAM. This is a program that is helping us to access funds, contribution from the state and the World Bank, facilitated by the federal government, so that we can construct rural roads to the market settlement so that product from the farm settlement can easily come to the urban center. Some communities were without electricity even for the past 15 years. My own local government was one of them. Today, by the completion of the NDDC or the Ranger transmission line, under this administration, it has been commissioned and electricity has been provided for those communities, about 4 local governments. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, joining 2 geopolitical zones together, the Southwest and South-South, from Lagos down to Calabar. For us in Ondo State, 71 kilometers is passing through our land, the alignment for Ondo State. The Federal Executive Council approval of the deep sea port in Ondo State is also there. And you know the benefit that that will bring to us here in Ondo State. The proposed Federal Housing Authority, 1,000 housing units for us here in Ondo State. The Akure Ado-Ekiti dual carriageway is ongoing. Or Ondo Akure dualization. Ilesha down to Akure Owo, down to Benin, dualization. Just last week, the Federal University Teaching Hospital for FUTA, in collaboration with us in Ondo State, was kickstarted. The aviation college that was previously sitting in Kaduna has been decentralized, and Akure is hosting the one for Southwest region. These are many other that Ondo State has benefited from this very government. So this dialogue will undoubtedly, this very one, address or should address the critical interests of the Southwest region, which I must respectfully state are currently tied to the continuity of President Tinubu's presidency beyond 2027. For me and my people, this is the critical interest of Ondo State. In fact, we have declared here in Ondo State, Ondo for Tinubu 2027. That is our position, the government position here in Ondo State. It is an executive order that cannot be reversed. And all and sundry here in Ondo State must work to actualize that. And I believe that should be the interest of our region here in Southwest. So this interest, therefore, must be fiercely pursued to its logical conclusion and ultimate fruition. Once again, I welcome you all to Ondo State, the land of honor, hard work, and hospitality, the land of the progressives. May our deliberations today strengthen democracy, deepen our unity, and secure our future. Ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. I thank you all. God bless you for listening. God bless Ondo State. God bless Southwest. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣeun, ó dà tiwa, ó di rọrùn, ó dà tiwa.
Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣé o, ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́ o. Orúkọ ní. There is no doubt about it that Ondo State is lucky. Tá a bá tún wá tẹ̀síwájú tí state fọwọ́ sọ̀yà wípé ayé dá tiwa. Ẹ wá fi lé ẹ ló dìrọ̀rùn, ara ò ní ní nípìnlẹ̀ yìí. If you listened to that declaration, ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ̀yin màmá wa, àdúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé. If you listened to that bold declaration, it only reminds me of the Chinese saying, "Ichincho ọ̀hún," meaning ṣọ́ láàrin, ajé ni mú ní pakọrọ. Please clap for this governor one more time.
Yemi, particularly, I love that he talked about accountability and taking ownership of the process. Then he asked a critical question. He said, shall we remain unity? Shall we remain united when unity is our strength? Mo lérò wípé ọ̀rọ̀ tó nípọn nìyẹn fún Yorùbá nation.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá dé ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó níbi tí àrà oríṣiríṣi tó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o.
When he came in, I saw a man who is so much in a hurry to achieve heights and leave great legacy. I said the two of them, there are a lot of similarities amongst the two of them. But I'll tell you, Lagos State is extra lucky. I don't want to reel out what wonders this man is performing there, but thank you for making us proud.
And yes, Yemi, I'd like to say that Lagos is the most distinguished state in Southwest Nigeria. You know why? Because it's only in Lagos that you have a train network. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wa. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wa. Èkó bàjẹ́ tì.
FT. No, but on a very serious note, I love the healthy rivalry amongst our states.
Yes,
the
indeed.
network. Everyone is moving forward to do something. Permit me at this point in time to invite the promise keeper, Governor Baba Jide Sanwo.
the chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum.
He deserves a bigger round of applause. Let's give him. Let's give him. Ageless, tireless, ever focused. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
There's a media here, they need to
Thank you. Thank you very much. We can see the diversity and uniqueness of the Yoruba nation here and what makes us a distinct set of people. First, let me also thank God Almighty, the giver of life, the one that was, that is, that will always be, who are assured and ordained that today will be a blessed day for all of us. And so we thank God for bringing each and every one of us from different parts of the country to Ondo State, the Sunshine State, a state that has the bold yellow colors written everywhere, a state that the man is not only lucky, he's also has names that transcend even his government. Ayedatiwa, Orimi Son. He speaks a whole lot. And thank you. Thank you. Ayetudatiwa. 3-1. Please let's give. Thank you very much. Let's give our host governor, my brother, my friend, His Excellency Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa, a big round of applause for taking the lead. I want to introduce Afiko. So I want to respectfully adopt very, very warmly the protocol that he has very eloquently and very uniquely laid before this august sitting here today for the want of time and for us to have the full benefit of all the array of distinguished Yoruba sons and daughters that are here so that everybody has an opportunity to speak and to be heard. So, Your Excellency, let me adopt your very well established protocol and let me rest, on them. I stand here and I want to begin by extending a profound appreciation to our development agenda of Western Nigeria, the Dawn Commission, our hosts, and the state of Ondo State, our co-hosts, for the partner who had worked tirelessly at making this event a reality. I'm aware that they've had to postpone and adjust this program on 2 or 3 occasions, and I'm grateful that we can finally come here today. And so today's convergence of leaders, of sons and daughters of Nigeria, both of the Southwest, a gathering of policymakers, of citizens, reminds us that democracy thrives when dialogue is sincere,
when dialogue is inclusive, and when dialogue is visionary. Bàdẹ̀jẹ̀ máa ń sọ nílẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire, àjọṣepọ̀ ní mú agbára wá, meaning togetherness begets strength. And it is that togetherness that is one of the beacon and the strength of the Southwest. And so we are gathered here not merely to reflect on our journey, but to reimagine our destiny. A Southwest that once again set the pace for Nigeria, set the pace for development, and becomes the standard for everyone to emulate. Remember too well our history, our founding fathers, our leaders that have gone to great beyond. The late sage Obafemi Awolowo, the late Bola Ige, several of them who contributed in no small measure to what we see today, what we know today at the southwest part of our country. We owe it to them. We owe it to their vision. We owe it to their intellect and to their sense of commitment. Yes, they are not with us today, but we'll continue to remember them. We'll continue to reference and acknowledge their dedication, their stewardship, and their sense of unity that birthed this region. The Southwest, which is still the economic powerhouse of our country. And so today, our nation still stands on that threshold, a threshold of a new dawn, once that was defined by courage and by far-reaching reforms. Today, we're lucky that under the transformative leadership of our president, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Nigeria is being reshaped into a land of renewed confidence, into a land of real new investment, into a land of prosperity. Very typical of what we know as the story and the history of the Southwest. This result speaks for themselves. We see within the last 2.5 years, a more stable country with stable currency. We've seen unified foreign exchange policy. We're seeing growth in our export markets. We're seeing resurgence in our revenue opportunity. We're seeing renewed investment opportunity and optimism. There are no abstract numbers. These are real visible imprints under the renewed vision, which we believe is a testament of what resolute leadership can achieve. And so today, my brother, my colleague had explained it in detail. But this dialogue here for the Southwest, which says we want to strengthen our democracy through a dialogue that is going to assess the process. We're charting a future for our country, a future for our region, a future for all of our states in the southwestern part of our country. And so we're doing that, reminding ourselves of how we started, where we came from, how we've used the big export of cocoa to galvanize the educational system of this country, how we've used the palm fruit and the palm kernel of the Southwest to be the engine of growth of this country. How we have used the cradle of education and the industrial setup of the Southwest to birth the resurgence and emergence of this country. And so those history are not lost on us. And that's why we're here today again. And has been said by one of America's famous leaders, John F. Kennedy, leadership and learning are inseparable with one another. We're here with the leadership at the highest level, but we're relearning and learning amongst ourselves here in the Southwest. We've seen a Tinubu leadership that continues to teach us that boldness and consistency are twin engines of national renewal. We've seen it again, that the Southwest is at the beacon of a reemerging and a new growth for our country. And I believe that is the essence and that is the purpose of our dialogue here today. And so I stand here not only as a humble leader among the Southwest governor, but also as the governor of the largest population in our country, the economic commercial nerve center of our country, the state of aquatic splendor, a state that houses almost every tribe, religion, race of our country, but more importantly, a Yoruba United States that continues to reimage and to set the pace for our country. We have been a beneficiary of this government. We have seen a Lagos that has been well positioned to benefit from the emergence of what we're seeing at the national level. We're seeing a Lagos that is becoming the export powerhouse of our country. We're seeing a Lagos that is home to the 3 biggest seaports in the country. We're seeing a Lagos where revenues are being collected and are being generated at all levels. A Lagos that is benefiting truly from the foresight of a president who were humble that he once governed that state about half a quarter of a century ago. And now again, the country is benefiting from his remarkable foresight. We're seeing a Lagos that is enjoying public-private partnership on a new green line that is coming up, on the rehabilitation of international airport that is coming up, on the Lekki International Airport that is coming up, on increased federal allocation, on stable foreign currency markets, on a more predictable NGX stock market. We're seeing a Lagos that is also more allude to value-added taxes that is also not peculiar to Lagos, but to all the subnationals. And like all of the things that the Minister of the Economy, Minister of Finance, and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy have also said, we're beginning to see stability. We're beginning to see growth. We're beginning to see commerce coming together at most difficult time in our country, and that is happening at the center. And so where is Southwest in all of this? How can we reemerge, re-envision, and recharge our states, our region, to take the full advantage of what is happening at the center? And so we see the establishment of a Southwest Development Commission by Mr. President with the backing of the National Assembly as one of the steps that will further affirm our collective destiny. We believe that this commission will provide an institutional platform for us as a region to plan, to integrate, and to deliver the kind of regional transformation that used to define the old Western region under the leadership of late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Let us all now rally around this commission, not just in rhetorics, but in action. As the great sage once reminded us, it is not in life that matters, but it is the courage we bring forth to it. Now I believe is the time for us to summon the courage once again. This region that was the beacon, that was the shining light of our country, to reclaim our heritage of innovation, our heritage of education, our heritage of good governance. It is the time for us as a region to take the stand of place and to come united now than ever before and say strong with our traditional rulers, the beacon of our traditional culture, standing toe to toe with us, with all of our leaders in commerce and industry, joining the political leadership, joining the market women and men, joining our youth, looking at the faces of our leaders. There's no better time but now for us to chart that forward ever for the Southwest region. And so what is our next step of action? Thank you. Eshegoni. Thank you very much. And so what is our path forward? The next step is clear for all of us. We're a people that is yearning for peace. We're a people that understand prosperity. We're a people that progress is not just intangible, it's tangible in our DNA. We're strong in battle. We're courageous. We're accommodating, but we're also transformative. And that's why the reform we're seeing at the center gives us an open door, a long shut door from us, that we now must take up the opportunity and walk through this open door. We must deepen our collaboration. We must create access amongst ourselves in all sectors. And we must be able to engage within our communities. Diversity has always been our strength. Let's bring it forward. Harmony has always been our strong advantage. Let's show it again. Let us deploy those assets towards a shared regional agenda that will deliver inclusive growth, inclusive citizens' engagement, collaborative, constructive dialogues amongst ourselves. And we're seeing it in this government. We have no better time but now. Today was too far gone. Tomorrow might be too late. Today is the next best day for us. I think it's also Nelson Mandela that says that vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision, we're just merely passing time. But it's only when vision meets action that real change happens. The Southwest is a people of vision. We're also a people of action. We want the two to merge together so that indeed we can change the world and reshape the future that we see for our region. And it's now. Our leaders are here. Our fathers are here. Our youth population are here. Our women are here. The political leaders are here. We have no other time. The Southwest was once the land of several firsts. The Southwest was the first in education. The Southwest was the first in broadcasting. The Southwest was the first in urban planning. The Southwest was the first in governance. The Southwest was the first in culture and tradition. The question before us here today now is very simple. Can we once again light the path for the rebirth of this great nation? And my answer is, yes, we can. The Southwest can, and yes, we will. I say so because the spirit of innovation is in us. The spirit of unity, the unity that is difficult in other parts, is with us. This is what defines who we are. This is what has defined our past. Let us waste no time, because the extraordinary opportunity is on us now. Let us therefore move from Osogbo to Ogbomoso. Let us move from Ijebu-Jesha to Ijebu-Ode. Let our people move from Owo to Owu. Let there be a movement from Ikorodu to Ibarapa. Let our people move from Ikole-Ekiti to Ikirun. Let that movement be a movement of unity. Let it be a movement of shared vision and purpose. Let it be a movement that will unite this region to show that real leadership is what is in our DNA. And so for us in Lagos, as I close, a week ago yesterday, we chose, like my brother, the governor of Ondo State said, we chose from Ekpe to Ikorodu, from Badagry to Ajeromi. We chose from Lagos Island to Lagos mainland that we will not shy away from the opportunity that this central government has given us. It is a time for us as a people to take up this opportunity to unite ourselves now more than ever before, to have a common agenda, a common purpose, a common unity, a shared purpose, and a shared prosperity. That the leadership at the center is a leadership we love, is a leadership that will not only transform our region, but takes this country to an enviable light. And so this conversation here today, whilst is local, is also national. Whilst is for us, is also for the country. Whilst we want to benefit from it, the country will also benefit from it. And so that's why we must live here and create an history from Akure sitting on the 29th and 30th and live here with one single mind purpose, that the center will continue. We will support the center. We will attribute everything that we need, the energy in us, to ensure that all of our lost time, all of our past time, it's time for us to take it back twice as fast, twice as more, twice as better. God bless Nigeria. God bless the Southwest region of Nigeria. God bless the people of this region. God bless Lagos State. Thank you very much.
Gómìnà Babájídé Sanwó-Olú Sanwó-Èkó. Ìsàlẹ̀ Afenifere láyé. Nítorí gómìnà Sanwó-Olú. Olómàrúmàrú ìsàlàfí ìsàlàfí. Olómàrúmàrú.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣe pẹ́.
Ẹ má ì tí wọnú ẹ̀mí. Ẹ ra mú ìdádúró bẹ́ẹ̀. Is somebody clapping for the governor of Lagos State here? Èkó ò ní bàjẹ́.
Ó bàjẹ́ tì.
Thank you very much, Governor Sanwo-Olu. Great job. As usual, we appreciate you. So we move on quickly.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, kókó ìfọ̀rọ̀wérọ̀ wa lónìí ní láti rí wípé ìjọba alágbádá ó sàn wá síre, ó sàn wá sí, ó fún wa ní ìbùkún lóríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà nílẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire, àti pé káwọn èèyàn kan lè ní àǹfààní tó tọ́ àti tó yẹ ní gbogbo ọ̀nà. Nítorí náà ni a ṣe ń ṣe àpérò yìí.
Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà Sanwó-Olú, Babájídé Sanwó-Olú, àṣìyàn nípínlẹ̀ Èkó, ó dẹ̀ hàn ní gedegbe. Ó yá tẹ̀síwájú.
Ẹni tí a rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí alákòóso ẹgbẹ́ Afẹ́nifẹ́re, bàbá wa, our esteemed leader, wọn ò sí níbí ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n rán aṣojú wá, aṣojú tó péye, aṣojú tó lámìláaka, wọ́n rán wọn wá ìpè kí wọ́n wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lénìí. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to welcome Chief Ruben Fashoranti. Fashoranti is representative. Ifashoranti.
Hello.
Ifashoranti.
Go on.
His representative, the leader of Afenifere, in the person of Senator Dr. Femi Okurohun. Ẹ bá a pàtẹ́wọ́ fún bàbá wa o.
Bí bàbá ṣe ń bọ̀, a fi tó wa létí pé bí a ṣe ń gbóríyìn fún Afẹ́nifẹ́re, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà la máa gbóríyìn fún Dawn Commission tí wọ́n jẹ́ kí ó ṣeé ṣe ìpàdé wa lónìí. A dúpẹ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Dawn Commission, thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, the executive governors of our beloved Western states, all the royal fathers present, honorable ministers and leaders of our great nation, eminent sons and daughters of Oduduwa. I am Senator Dr. Femi Okurohun, a former Secretary General of Afenifere and one of its leaders. It is my pleasure to deliver on his behalf the address of Chief Ruben Famuyide Fashoranti, CFR, leader of Afenifere worldwide and the Asiwaju of Yoruba. The title of the address is The time to renew commitment to pan-Yoruba solidarity. The time to renew commitment to pan-Yoruba solidarity. And it reads thus. I greet you in the spirit of our progenitor, Oduduwa, in the wisdom of our sage, Chief Bobafemi Awolowo, and in the hope of generations yet to come. Today, at 99 plus years of age, I stand before you, not in body, but in spirit, carried by the voice of my beloved brother, Senator Dr. Femi Okuromu. My physical frame may be weakened by the weight of nearly a century, but my commitment to our people burns as fiercely as it did when I was a young man, dreaming of a united, prosperous, and progressive Yoruba nation and our dear country, Nigeria. I have lived through the colonial era, witnessed Nigeria's independence, survived a civil war, endured military dictatorships, and celebrated democracy's return. Through it all, one truth has remained constant. The Yoruba nation is only as strong as its unity. The same is true of Nigeria. For over 7 decades, I have dedicated my life to the cause of progressive and welfarist political ideologies, not as a politician seeking office, not as a merchant seeking profit, but as a servant committed to the welfare and advancement of our people. I have seen our greatest triumph and our deepest disappointments. I have celebrated our unity and regretted our divisions. Our ancestors understood something profound, captured in the wisdom they passed down to us. Àgbájọ ọwọ́ la fi ń sọ̀yà. Àjèjì ọwọ́ kan kò gbẹ́rù dórí. This is not merely an adage. It is a blueprint for our survival and prosperity. Look around this hall today. We have assembled governors from 6 states, traditional rulers whose crowns carry the weight of history, ministers wielding federal power, legislators crafting our laws, entrepreneurs building our economy, farmers feeding our people, and youth carrying our future. This gathering itself is proof that when we come together, we are formidable. But I must speak plainly as an elder who has earned the right to speak the truth. Party politics must never again divide or weaken Yoruba solidarity. I have watched with deep concern as the cancer of partisan politics has eaten into the fabric of our unity. I have seen brothers refuse to greet each other because one wears the badge of one party and another serves under a different banner. I have witnessed development projects stalled, not because they lacked merit, but because they were initiated by the rival political party. I have observed leaders who should be collaborating for the good of our people locked in needless combat over party supremacy. This must end today, here and now. Development has no party. Progress knows no partisan affiliation. The welfare of our people is not a matter for political point scoring. The welfare of our people must be and remains the fulcrum and central theme of our political calculations. Let me remind you of something we seem to have forgotten in recent times. Our political DNA is welfareist. Progressivism is not a borrowed ideology. It is our inheritance. Long before these modern political parties were formed, long before the labels of APC, PDP, LP, or any other acronym, there was a Yoruba political philosophy built on a simple but profound principle. Government exists to serve the welfare of the people. This is not foreign ideology. This is not imported politics. This is just who we are. Our laudable programs during the period of Western Nigeria was not action group politics. It was Yoruba welfareist politics. The belief that the government's primary obligation is to lift the people, to create opportunities, to remove barriers, and to ensure that every citizen, regardless of their circumstances of birth, has a fair chance at a good life. This is our true ideology. This is what must guide every leader who governs any part of Yoruba land. Today, I call for a return to our roots. I call on every leader in this hall, governor, minister, legislator, traditional ruler, to recommit to the welfareist ideology that defines Yoruba political heritage. Namely, 1, Every child must have access to quality education. Not some children, not children of the privileged, every child. 2, every citizen must have access to health care, not as charity, not as a privilege, but as a right. 3, every young person must have a pathway to dignified employment or entrepreneurship, not through political connections, but through skills, opportunity, and merit. 4, every community must have basic infrastructure, roads, water, electricity, not as political favors, but as fundamental entitlements of citizenship. And 5, every farmer, trader, artisan, and entrepreneur must have access to the support needed to thrive and contribute to our collective prosperity. This must not be left to the manifesto of any political party. It must be the covenant of the Yoruba political tradition that recognizes that a society that does not care for the welfare of its people has failed, regardless of its GDP, regardless of its infrastructure, regardless of its global standing. I say to our ministers, at the federal level, you must be fierce advocates for policies and programs that advance the welfare of our people. Whether it is fiscal policy, agricultural policy, educational policy, or healthcare policy, the question must always be, how does this improve the lives of the masses? I say to all political leaders, stop competing over party labels. Start competing over who can better deliver the welfareist mandate. Let your contest be who has built more schools, who has created more jobs, who has provided better health care, who has lifted more people out of poverty. This is the competition that honors our tradition and the politics that serves our people. I speak to you today carrying the weight of Afenifere's history and the burden of his sacred mission. We were formed and have endured as the conscience of the progressive politics that seeks freedom for all and life more abundant. We are advocates for justice, defenders of our people's interests, and guardians of the vision bequeathed to us by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We have not yet achieved this vision, but gathering like this summit gave me hope that we are finally learning the lessons that decades of division have taught us. To all our governors, Your people elected you to improve their lives. Collaborate for regional development, even if you have to do that across party lines. When Osun innovates successfully, let Oyo adopt and adapt. When Lagos leads, let others follow. When Ondo discovers a solution, let it become Southwest solution. To our ministers from the Southwest, you sit at the table where national decisions are made. Never forget that you are there, not just as party members or cabinet officials, but as representatives of a people with a proud history and high expectations. Advocate fiercely for Southwest interests. Ensure that federal projects and resources reach our region equitably. Work collaboratively with state governments regardless of their party affiliations. To our youth, for long, you have been told that you are the leaders of tomorrow. No, you are not tomorrow's leaders. You are today's stakeholders. But to become a worthy stakeholder, you must do this respectfully and as an Omoluabi. I urge you to reject the politics of bitterness and division that my generation allowed to fester. Build bridges where we built walls. Create alliances where we created antagonism. Your generation has the tools, technology, education, global connections to achieve what we could only dream about. Use them wisely and use them in the service of the welfarist condition that is your inheritance. What excites me most about this summit is its structure. For the first time, we are creating a systematic platform where citizens can directly engage with the government, where evidence must be presented, where commitments must be made, and where follow-through will be expected. This is democracy at its finest, the democracy of continuous engagement, mutual accountability, and collaborative problem solving. I ask that we sustain it in the interest of our region within the larger Nigerian context. I urge all citizens to shun bitter politics, rumor mongering, and deliberate misinformation. Instead, we must embrace constructive dialogue with the government through a platform like this. As I approach my centenary, I am acutely aware that my time on this earth grows short. But I am not afraid, because I see in this gathering the seeds of the unity and progress I have fought for all my life. I therefore use this opportunity to invite you to my centenary anniversary next year, where we will celebrate the growing list of the impressive dividends of democracy of the present federal administration, ably led by our own son, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. My final charge to all Yoruba sons and daughters is simple. Place our people's interest above party interest. Place development above partisan politics. Place the welfareist mandate above political competition. Place unity above division. Remember that the Oyo Empire thrived not because everyone thought alike, but because everyone worked together towards shared prosperity. Let this summit mark the beginning of a new era, an era where the Yoruba nation speaks with one voice on matters of development, where our leaders collaborate across party lines for the good of our people, and where partisan politics stops at the doorstep of regional progress. Go forth from here, united in purpose. Return to your states, your offices, your communities, and your constituencies with a renewed commitment to pan-Yoruba solidarity and to the welfareist tradition that defines us. May Olodumare guide our steps. May the spirits of our ancestors inspire our actions. And may future generations judge us kindly for what we do here today. Thank you, and may your journey be prosperous. Chief Ruben Famuyide Fasoranti, CFR, leader of Afenifere worldwide, and the Asiwaju of Yoruba.
Àyànfẹ́ k'Olúwa jẹ́ kó dàgbà kó dàgbà o. Àwọn tó pète pèrò. Àwọn tó pète pèrò. Òfò ni wọ́n mú kò bá sí kiri gbọ́. Àtàbí wọ́n ṣàdúrà pé Olúwa túbọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Inú fáwọn òbí wọn. Aṣọ tẹ̀lú kọ̀ sí wọn. Ara wọn. Ó lè bàbá dàrádà. Olúwa ló ga jẹ̀dá lọ́nà. Òbí náà ló ṣe ìjọba ẹ̀.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think I'll ever forget that moment. Greatness in every line, greatness on every page. Please, can we put our hands together again for the representative of our father, Senator Dr. Femi Okoromu there, representing the leader of Afenifere.
Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, agbára wa ò sínú ìbọn. Agbára wa ò sínú bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Agbára wa ò sínú bó bá lè bàjẹ́ kó bàjẹ́. Ibi lágbára wa wà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ọpọlọ.
Ibi lágbára wa wà. Òun náà la sì fi ń lo ilé ayé yìí. Wọ́n máa lé ni wọn ò lè bá wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́.
Láṣẹ Mary.
Yóò.
Baronú o.
Ó dà, ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀síwájú. Ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀síwájú. Ní báyìí ní pápápá, ọ̀rọ̀ dọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa. Á dọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa. Wọ́n bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ní ṣókí ṣókí. Bàbá wa tí a kọ́kọ́ pè, àwọn náà ni kábíyèsí. Tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ mo fi ń súnmọ́ yìí o, bàbá. His Imperial Majesty, Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Engineer Abímbọ́lá Akeem Owóadé, bàbá ni ó kọ́kọ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ bá mi ṣe kábíyèsí o.
Kábíyèsí o.
So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address this August gathering today as we convert to discuss the theme, strengthening democracy through dialogue. Assessing progress, charting the future. As the 46th Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ikú Bàbá Yèyé, I'm proud to represent the rich cultural heritage of our great Southwest region. Our history is replete with examples of democratic governance, where leaders were chosen based on their merit and consensus. Today, we must draw inspiration from this tradition as we navigate the complexities of modern democracy. Dialogue is the cornerstone of democracy. It is through open and inclusive conversation that we can address the pressing issues affecting our communities. I commend the organizers of these summits for bringing together stakeholders from various sectors to share ideas and best practices. As we assess our progress, we must acknowledge the strides made in promoting democratic values and institutions. However, we must also confront the challenges that threaten our democratic journey. These include corruption, electoral malpractices, and the erosion of trust in public institutions. To chart a better, brighter future, we must prioritize citizen engagement and participation. We must create platform for citizens to contribute to policy-making process and hold leaders accountable. We must also strengthen institutions, ensuring they are independent, transparent, and responsive to the need of our people. As traditional leaders, we have a critical role to play in promoting the peace, the unity, and dialogue. Let us continue to engage, collaborate, and innovate, ensuring that our democracy serves the interests of our citizens. Together, we can build a brighter future for our region and our nation. But this time around, I greet everyone here present that are converging to making sure that Nigeria is being pushed to a different level. I'm very proud to be here. So also my other traditional rulers and everyone here, I would say. I wish this event a successful end, and I really hope and I believe that by the time we finish this program, we will all have our takeaway and we'll be able to put it to practice. So mo kí gbogbo wa o ní kọ̀ọ̀kan pé a kú iṣẹ́ o, ìtàdé wa ṣe lénìí lọ́jọ́ ìní náà, àwọn elédùà ó bá wa ṣe o, àní ṣàṣetì o, ẹ ṣeun gidi gan. I'm proud to be here. Thank you very much.
Ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́, ẹ bá mi panupọ̀ ṣe kábíyèsí o. Láti ààfin Ọ̀yọ́, mo ta kọ́ṣọ́, mo bọ́ sí ìlú Ọ̀wọ̀. His Imperial Majesty Ọba Dr. Ajibade Gbadekesin Ogunoye the third, the Ọlọ́wọ̀ of Ọ̀wọ̀. Mo fẹ́ rọ àwọn bàbá wa, ẹnu mi ò gbà ọ bàbá, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ yín náà wà lẹ́yìn, wọ́n fẹ́ rojú yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wà ń kalẹ̀, ó yóò lé díẹ̀ láti fún wọn lórí. Ẹ bá mi ṣe kábíyèsí o.
Kábíyèsí o.
Your Excellencies, the governors of Lagos and Ondo State, who are the hosts of this gathering. I greet the federal delegation led by the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy. I greet the Afenifere leaders led by Pa Fashionati, my KBACs who are here. I greet you all. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy today representing our traditional rulers, particularly those of us who are from Ondo State that have been invited to this dialogue. Let me say that we are very appreciative of the initiative of our governors, particularly with the collaboration of the Down Commission, to make this occasion happen today. Today is so unique that the people of the southern part, southwest Nigeria are gathered to ensure that we dialogue towards charting the future of our region, of our nationhood, Yoruba, and of the Nigeria. We are happy to be part of this occasion. The essence of it is to let, we are here so that those who are representing us politically could showcase what they've been doing towards the benefits of our people in Yoruba land and in Nigeria as a whole. We are happy that our governors have spoken, and they have spoken well. They've told us what they are doing and what the federal government is equally doing in partnership with the states of the Southwest Nigeria. We can see that the federal government is really working. Our state governors are really working for the benefits of our people. We thank you profusely for all your efforts. Yes, this gathering is very necessary so that we dialogue. So we dialogue to chart the best way possible to make what you are doing better. And I'm sure
when the representative of the President of Federal Republic comes around to talk to us, then we'll be happy for it. I know, and the traditional rulers across the Yoruba nation are happy that the president is doing well for our nation. He's charting, he's rebranding the nation in all fronts. Do we talk about the economy? Yes, the Nigerian economy, we are in it together. We know that there's great improvement. There's transparency across board. This is about our exchange rate. The exchange rate is stabilized. That will greatly ensure proper planning for our nation. In Ondo State, as told us by our governor, we are benefiting a lot from the workings of the federal government. The Lagos-Calabar road will be so beneficial to us. Ondo State is blessed with the longest coastline in Nigeria, and that will translate a lot into economic benefits for us. When eventually our DC port comes to play, Nigeria and Ondo State will be so blessed. So on behalf of our traditional institutions, I make bold to say that we are not just talking that we are supporting Mr. President because he's one of us, but we are saying that we are supporting him for what he's doing positively towards rebranding our nation positively. The Yoruba nation is known for one thing. We are known for criticism. If something is not beneficial to us, we will criticize it, no matter whether the person who is in government is our son or not. So I must say that we have no cause not to criticize Mr. President for what he's doing for the Nigerian nation today. In conclusion, I say, on behalf of our traditional rulers and on behalf of the good people of Yoruba land, that we are in support of the continuation of Mr. President in power come 2027. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you. Permit me to quickly say that former Governor Olusegun Oshoba, former governor of Ogun State, is today represented by a former deputy governor, Segun Adeshegun, the deputy governor Segun Adeshegun, and of course with Baba Olusi as well. Next.
All right. I'm at Eswaju. Ipa pipe Baba wa Alagba. Chief Bisi Akonde, a former governor of Osun State, one of our esteemed leaders of Afenifere.
Thank you, thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed elders, brothers and sisters of the Southwest, I stand before you today with gratitude, humility, and great excitement of what our destiny portends. Let me begin by thanking the conveners of this important and timely gathering, Pa Ruben Fashoranti, our father, and the moral compass of the Yoruba leadership. I appreciate Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, for standing in for our Baba and bringing us here together, and the other Southwest governors, all of you men of purpose and principles, and the Dan Commission, our technical partners, and enduring symbol of regional cooperation. This dialogue is not just another conference. It is a renewal of Yoruba tradition of communal existence, of reasoning together before acting. It is also a reminder that democracy deepens when leaders and citizens sit to talk honestly about progress so they can all chart the way forward. During this dialogue, today, we will begin to see that Nigerian stands at a historic turning point. Under the present leadership, Nigeria seems beginning to undergo a new transformation, one rooted in courage, bold decisions, discipline, and belief in the Nigerian dream. The reform we see unfolding, fiscal, economic, and institutional, are appearing to be deliberate steps to rebuild Nigerian national foundation, though tough in the beginning, but necessary for long-term prosperity. The economy is being re-engineered through tax reforms system, harmonization of revenue collection, expenditure rationalization, and by creating a structure that rewards productivity rather than dependency. We are being led to witness the dawn of a new era, an era of responsibility, where every naira must count, every policy must produce results, and every reform must serve the people, the indices of which are a harbinger of the restructuring we always craved. Nigeria began as a federation of two protectorates of the northern and southern provinces, each with its own government. It became rearranged into a federation of the northern, western, and eastern regions, also with separate government. Then began minority ethnic question and the minority right within each region, which led to the establishment of the Sir Henry Willing Commission in 1957. That was designed to enable the creation of more states by evolutionary processes from a federation of 3 to 4 and perhaps to 6 states before or immediately after independence. Since independence in 1960, however, the government of this country, which had been known and called the Federal Republic of Nigeria, became hijacked by the military. And because the military by nature is anti-federalism, the running of the country has since become unified and hierarchical. To worsen the situation, the necessary military regimes in their one-dimensional approach to complex issues have reduced panaceas for national unity to mere balkanization of Nigeria into states. They move from the sublime to the ridiculous by splitting Nigeria into 36 states and into almost 800 local governments, the resources for maintaining 4 or 6 government administrations became stretched, replicated, and multiplicated into the present humongous, unmanageable proportions. First and foremost, therefore, a purposeful restructuring is needed to start with the restitution of genuine federalism. And the further restructuring must ensure equality of opportunity for all citizens, together with maximum opportunity for personal, community, regional, and national development. In a clear, more profound restructuring is already happening. In a quieter, more profound restructuring is already happening through regional empowerment and institutional decentralization. In a stroke of visionary leadership, in addition to the South-South Development Commission, the present administration has established and inaugurated 5 regional development commissions: the Northwest, North Central, Northeast, Southeast, and now our own Southwest Development Commission. Each of these commissions represent not just geographical entities, but economic development engines or grassroots focused commissions. Recognition that true development must begin from the grassroots, with each region in charge of its own destiny. For us in the Southwest, this is both an opportunity and a responsibility to once again lead by example, demonstrating how local collaboration, innovative thinking, and strategic implementation can drive sustainable development, especially now in these times of diversification under the New Hope agenda. One of the cornerstones of this administration reform agenda is economic diversification, the shift away from oil dependency towards a broad-based, resilient economy that leverages agriculture, technology, manufacturing, and human capital to create sustainable growth and share prosperity for all citizens. The Southwest must stand at the vanguard of this transformation. Our agriculture, the primary foundation of the economy, is being revitalized through massive federal and subnational investment in value chains, from cassava and cocoa to rice, palm oil, poultry, and aquaculture. Programs supporting agro-processing, irrigation, and rural infrastructure are breathing new life into our farms and farmers, boosting productivity, creating jobs, and ensuring food security for our communities while driving economic growth in rural areas. Beyond agriculture, attention is turning to mining and solid minerals, where Nigerians' wealth runs deep beneath our soil. The new solid minerals roadmap and the creation of special mining zones are positioning states, including those in the Southwest, to tap into gold, lithium, bitumen, and other high-value minerals responsibly and profitably. We are also seeing accelerated effort in manufacturing, renewable energy, the digital economy, and creative industry, all pillars of non-oil growth. The federal government's accelerating resources mobilization reforms initiative and the fiscal policy and tax reforms committee are expanding our non-oil revenue base, simplifying taxes and modernizing customs processes to support local productivity. Diversification is not just about more sectors, it is about more opportunities, jobs for our youth, markets for our farmers, and industries for our entrepreneurs. Our newly established Southwest Development Commission must rise beyond paperwork and policy. It must become a movement of transformation. Let it be the battering ram against unemployment, insecurity, and disunity. It must coordinate our cooperative advantages in agriculture, trade, education, innovation, and technology. Let it build on our proud history. Let it build on our proud history, the same heritage that gave Nigeria its first TV station, its first skyscrapers, and its first university. The Southwest Development Commission should be the model that others emulate, the symbol of how a united region can drive national renewal. When I look around this hall, I see hope. The kind of hope that built it by the Liberty Stadium, Lagos Akure Atlantic, and the Cocoa Pyramids of Ondo and Ekiti. I see a people with the discipline of the past and the determination for the future. Yes, these reforms are demanding. They test our patience and stretch our resilience. But I have seen firsthand the conviction of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a leader who believes that Nigeria must finally break free from cycles of dependency and dysfunction. He is not asking for blind loyalty, only for shared sacrifice and belief in our collective destiny. So I call on the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, let us stand behind this administration. Not just because the president is one of us, but because he's one of the few, with the courage to confront what must be changed. Let us make the Southwest a model for others, a region where government works, youth thrive, and community flourish. As we dialogue here in Akure, may our discussions yield wisdom and direction. May our collaboration produce action and impact. May the Southwest rise, strong in unity, rich in ideas, and bold in innovation. Let us lead again, as we have always done, and light the path for others to follow. God bless the Southwest. God bless Nigeria. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that we can be very, very proud of. Please, let's clap. You are just listening to one of them. God bless you, sir. God bless you. Adupe, sir. Today, you're probably seeing one of the most beautiful mic stands that we have. FT, thank you very much. Lorest.
Just to quickly say that after the Deputy Governor of Ogun State speech, we'll be going to the minister's sessions.
Okay.
Thank you.
One other thing, please. I don't want you to go away with the impression that the person standing next to me is AI. She is real. And she's probably doing one of the most important jobs here today. Is somebody clapping for her? You know, need to more. Well done. Her name is Ruth Alajo Ruth Iretiola. Please clap for her. She's not AI. She's real. She's real. Just in case. We are moving on quickly. And it's time for the Southern Governors Forum. Of course, the chairman of that forum happens to be the governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun. He is today represented because the Southern Governors Forum is speaking now with one voice. He's today represented by his deputy, Excellency Engineer Noimat Salako. Is somebody clapping for her, please?
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to adopt the existing protocols. I'm here today to represent His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, the Governor of Ogun State. His Excellency is unavoidably absent and he has sent his best wishes to this gathering. Here are His Excellency's remarks. I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of Ogun State. It is indeed an honor to join this distinguished gathering at the Southwest Citizen Government Engagement Forum, a platform designed to strengthen the bridge between our governments and the people whose mandate we hold in trust. This engagement reflects our shared commitment to inclusive governance, regional cooperation, and sustainable development. It is a reaffirmation that democracy thrives when citizens and government work together in mutual respect and accountability. I commend my brother governors from across the Southwest states, the Afenifere under the leadership of Pa Ruben Fashion-Rati, and the Dawn Commission for conceiving and facilitating this Southwest Summit. Special thanks go to His Excellency Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa for graciously hosting us today. Let me respectfully acknowledge His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, an illustrious son of the Southwest, for his visionary leadership through the Renewed Hope Agenda. His bold reforms across key sectors have restored national confidence and placed our country on a clear trajectory of sustainable growth. His courage in confronting long-standing structural challenges has opened a new chapter for subnational governments like ours to align with its transformational vision. We have seen positive impacts of his policies across a region, from macroeconomic stabilization and improved fuel supply, to the rollout of the National Student Loan Scheme, the creation of the Southwest Development Commission, and the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road Project. In Ogun State, federal government support has translated into real gains. We have benefited from the distribution of grains and fertilizers through NEMA, partnerships with the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy on the Ijebu-Ode and Kajala inland dry ports, rehabilitation of the Shagamu-Bini Expressway, and ongoing infrastructure synergy through the Lagos-Ibadan Standard Gauge and the Lekki Ijebu-Ode Kajala rail link, to name a few. This summit provides an opportunity to institutionalize regular dialogue between citizens and government. True progress is achieved not by speaking to citizens, but by governments speaking with citizens, listening, learning, and acting together. Such engagement deepens trust, strengthens democracy, and ensures that policies reflect the real needs of our people. As the cradle of progressive politics and intellectual innovation, the Southwest has always led Nigeria's path towards modern governance. From Chief Obafemi Awolowo's visionary legacy to our collective strides in education, technology, and enterprise, our region remains a model of purposeful leadership. Today, we must renew that tradition, leading once again by example in accountability, inclusion, and citizen participation. Let us therefore, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us therefore work together, federal and state governments, citizens and institutions, to build a Southwest that continues to shine as the engine of innovation and prosperity for our nation. Democracy thrives where dialogue flourishes. So let this summit strengthen our resolve to deepen collaboration, confront challenges together, and build a future anchored on unity, progress, and hope. As I conclude, I affirm once again that we in Ogun State have seen and felt the impacts of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reforms and are committed to the continuity of his administration beyond this first term to further consolidate these gains and accelerate the pace of national renewal. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON.
Excellent. Thank you. Excellent.
Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ màmá wa, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Noimot Salako Idele, representing the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun. Up next is the technical partners for this event, the Southwest Stakeholders Dialogue, a region's citizen government interactive town hall session. It's my singular honor to welcome to the podium the DG Don Commission, Dr. Sheye Oyeleye. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Standing on all existing protocols, I know time is fast spent and I have to abridge my speech to 1 minute as I bring on the keynote speaker. I want to thank everyone for coming. This partnership will be enduring, and we have said to ourselves that please pardon us for all the lapses of the first edition, which is this. And as we go forward, we are soliciting the help of everyone in this region to make this an enduring success. Dialogue between the Southwest and the federal. I want to, as a person and as a commission, especially Mr. President, engage the projects that we believe change the face of Southwest Nigeria in particular. And if you ask me, what project is that? The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. I want us to support that project. It is the first trunk A road since independence in southern Nigeria. And you are talking of a road that links states together. the economic impact is going to be transformative. Think of that man that lives in Ondo and in an hour on that road is in Lagos, or that family in Lagos wants to go on holiday in Calabar and can then drive for 6 hours and you're in Calabar. There is nothing game-changing than that. Think of that farmer in Akure Ibom that will bring out his produce on that road, and in a few hours, he's selling it in Lagos, or he is able to get it to the port at Akure or the Ondo DC port. Think of that farmer in Edo. So when we're talking of expansion, think of the impacts of that road when it comes to agricultural produce. Once again, sir, Mr. President, I want to personally say thank you for giving us that project. Those who don't see tomorrow might not understand, but you see 50 years ahead, when history will write a new in gold for embarking on that project. At this juncture, I want to call on our guest speaker, Mr. Femi Awuyemi, the MD of Russia. Femi Awuyemi is not just a technocrat, but he is a public speaker. Economics with a political sense. Femi Awuyemi has served on several boards, and we brought him here today because he is an Ododuabi, who understands what we are going through at the moment and why we have to go through this to have a country that we can be proud of. Once again, on behalf of the nation, Mr. Femi Awuyemi, MD, Chair.
Can we put our hands together for him? But please, before a speech, can I appeal to us to please settle down? Please. It is not time for us to move around and start greeting people. I'm pleading. This is a keynote address, and this is a very serious session that we are having here. Please kindly take your seats, please.
We have gotten out of economic situation. My task is not to join in praise singing. My task is to say exactly some few things that we need to understand. The real challenge for the Southwest Agenda and my presentation and my keynote speech is to ask us, how do we move from tokenism, which is masquerading as governance, to building agile governance? The question is not whether we can lead. It is not whether we were forced at any given point in time. It is whether we are ready to be forced for a new, different kind of economy and environment. Thank you. I think the more important thing we should understand is that today, Nigeria has navigated a period of intense risk from May 2023 to date. There were some hits and there were some unintended errors as well. But as we close to the year end 2025, I can tell you that Nigeria has moved out of what you call a risk watch zone, which analysts pay attention to what you call a recovery watch. And it is not so much important for you to just think of from crisis to solution or from sickness to health. It is important for you to see that there are quite a few indicators The most powerful one occurred recently when Nigeria was removed from the list of countries under increased financial monitoring, commonly referred to as the gray list. I don't think we really understand how we have moved from despondency to definite expectation. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, we will recover from an economic crisis without a global fiscal respite. And that this recovery of ours is not premised on luck, but predicated on policy. It is not by default, but by design. So what is that design? How do you understand the design? It is important, therefore, to see that this design, we keep on talking about the federal government, but this design also borders on the states, and I think that is more important. Let me challenge it this way. There are two economies we are talking about simultaneously. There is a statistical economy, which people like myself and some of the technocrats in government will talk about, but there's also the street economics as well. There is, however, what you call a transmission or translation gap between statistical economies and the street economies. So when you find out that people are saying that the common denominator in the economy, which is the household, is complaining, that complaint is not a lie. It is true. The real gaps that we see is what you call the translation gap between when new reforms come in, and it has changed the way people conduct themselves. Now, how do you intend for us to bridge this gap? I think the president, and I'm sure when the honorable minister is talking, he would address this. The honorable minister would have to address how to bridge the gap between the macroeconomics and the microeconomics. And what does that mean? Between the figures we see for the nation and what we see. But I am hopeful. I am very hopeful about that. Why am I hopeful? I am hopeful because the same decision in which we took over the PMS and the exchange rate subsidy is the same approach we expect to see here. But there are some few problems. For all those statistics that the governors have read, for all those statistics that the honorable ministers have read, there are two problems. The two are simply fiscal and foreign investment reforms. The hallmark of the Tinubu macroeconomic management is a two-sided coin. On one side, President Tinubu achieved foreign reserve adequacy, net reserve, a remarkable one. By contrast, however, the administration lacks adequate revenue, leaving it reliant on borrowed funds to finance government with the attendant interest burden. This lack of revenue adequacy will undermine those cost-reflective reforms we are all touting right now. We must therefore have to face a decision. Some may call it federalism, but we would have to reimagine the revenue model of the federal government and also the state governments as well. We do have a revenue side problem. The fiscal conundrum I've described is the flip side of the revenue crisis. It is worth noting that the old model built around procurements, that means government likes to give out contracts and borrow, using borrowed funds, is unsustainable. Let me make bold to say that data has shown categorically that you cannot fund capital expenditure from your revenue side. That model has to change entirely. In order to see the development we seek, we must begin to look at the revenue side from how we approach it from an investment model, whereby we go to the market. But this is not just at the federal level, because at the federal level, we have something called the MUFI. And I'm hopeful that when the CME also comes back here, he will be able to talk about that. But at the level of the state governments, there are real issues. Let's not kid ourselves. It's easy to just say Tinubu has done Tinubu. It is to say what has the Southwest governors done to move the needle forward itself. Because the real conversation on fiscal is about the Southwest governor. Now, here is the thing. When they were reading and said that, oh, we did this first. We were the first to do television. We are the first. How many years ago? We are talking about being forced 30 years ago. In fact, most of everybody here were beneficiaries of those schools that were created 30 or 40 years ago. At least I was part of those who benefited for about Olabisi Onabanjo. Most of the people here were the beneficiaries of what came out from you. But we haven't had any innovative governance since then. What we have done and we have settled for is tokenism, to go and open road, open toilets, we'll do this one, pass this road. No, the real decision is that if we are going to have to make any changes, the Southwest governors must learn to cooperate, compete, and collaborate. Whichever way you want to do it one way. But the whole idea, the Southwest region, we have never been scared. Whether there is money or there is no money, it has never been an issue. But we spend more time rather on politics, more on politics than on policy. What made us great was that we were strong on policy. We were strong on hard work. And that is the more important thing. We must therefore learn how to reimagine the government. We do not have enough money to go around everybody if we are to share it. But we are not even building a bigger cake. We are thinking small. There is no way we should be able to think small as the Southwest. Whether you like it or not, you see the next generation coming, they already have our numbers. Changes will occur, whether we allow it or not. But we have a responsibility to set the bar, just as they did for us as well. Now, the governor of Lagos State may show you certain things they are doing in terms of waterways and what. I mean, those are innovative, but there needs to be more. When we say more, is that you should start thinking, not comparing the Southwest region with Southeast region, South-South. The economy, the GDP of the Southwest region is as big as Ghana's, bigger than those of Angola, bigger than those of Rwanda. We should not stop going small. The Southwest has never been about trying to think small. And so when we start to think that way, we will then understand. And for us to do that, something has happened. Very important thing. It is called the Southwest Development Commission. When the president gave us that, that was all we needed from him. Because all the problems we had has been resolved inside that document called the Southwest Development Commission. I enjoy you all to go and read the mandate inside that Southwest Development Commission. He said, we should build an economy in the Southwest that will compete globally. He was already even thinking far ahead. He didn't say compete here. But what he has also done is that he has made sure that when we sit down to discuss, there is no vehicle for harmony. Papa, bless you, sir. When you say there should be unity, we must therefore learn how to create the vehicle for the unity. There is no vehicle for the unity now. So when we get to the Southwest Development Commission, the things they may be telling us to do is to turn that Southwest Development Commission into a constituency project awarding thing. No way. No way. That was not what was intended. That was not what it. If they are doing it in other regions, would be tied those who will do it in the Southwest. That is not what it was. The purpose of that Southwest Development Commission is to come up with our own development agenda and development plan, working with donors, technical partners, and using the vehicle of the Odua Investment Group, which we had created so many years ago to start showcasing how to do things. In actual fact, this so-called federalism must start with a single conversation around regionalism. And the Southwest, this is the only point at which we must lead. So for those who came here to enjoy the show, enjoy yourself. But for those who came here to want to understand that the argument will change, whether we like it or not. And the argument has changed. So the most significant thing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave the Southwest is he gave us the vehicle for the change that we need. That vehicle for the change that we need is what must now begin to happen. So rather than point fingers and say the center, it is here. It may shock you to know that if you look at what we call the decagon of power, that means in all the critical factors in this country, there is a Southwesterner holding that office. From Wale Edu in finance to Adelabu in power, also in customs, Zach. Every single layer is there. We used to complain that we could not move because we had problems in center. What is the excuse today? What would be the excuse today? So this forum, most importantly, this forum must resolve a few things. So the Southwest Development Commission must begin to address a few things. One, we must address the big ticket issues. What is the regional rail network within the Southwest? that will move goods and services. Those are issues we should discuss and resolve so that by the time we want to get it ready, it will be there. But the money will not come from the state government this time. You're going to have to bring it to the market. And that's how it will happen. The second, we should be talking about integrated power grid renewable energy hubs. Every day, whereas all the resources is available here. If we want the country to better, let's start it here. Every one of us, we can do it. And we have multiple means of doing it. Renewable. I can see, Honorable Minister of Power, you are nodding. So that means we are good. The regional, the Southwest Agro-Industrial Corridor. In natural fact, all these things I'm reading are not some brilliant ideas. The Dawn Commission had put together a document. In that document, they had identified 7 major projects. I believe that the Southwest Development Commission is already looking at 3. The beauty of it all is that it's almost taken over from the Saudi Arabia model, where they did with the Aramco. What they do is to take this project and put it out in the market space. Let us put a value to it. Let us bring people. The greedy, the good, the bad, every one of us. No more. It is a model that can carry every one of us along, whichever divide we stand in. But most importantly about that model is that we are talking about figures of about 6.6 trillion. We are the Southwest. I can see we are quiet now when we start mentioning numbers. So let me just round off. I will share the paper, but there's much more. I will stay behind because we have to have the frank conversation. Let us be. The last thing I would like to say for my elders is rather than us being a participant, the government is putting together the medium-term national development plan. Where is the Southwest document? We should not even be putting together a contribution. We should be the architects of shaping that outcome. So that means the regional plan is already adopted within the national plan. Without that alignment, that synergy, it will not be thus. So let me close in this way because I know that my seniors want to talk. The only message I can pick from listening to the royal fathers, our governors, is that if they ratify day, let us try as much as possible to confront those difficult issues. For example, Lagos Ogun have been trying their best to resolve the boundary dispute. But it shouldn't just be about the best, because we are going to have to work together closely to solve it. And I'm sure they've created a border commission. It shouldn't be an issue, big deal. Lagos Ogun, we have issues. We see what happens with other areas as well. So today, the border issues, what do you call it, residence issue, what do you call it, where do you live, where do you pay tax? The issues in the first Southwest should be discussed from a federating position. On that last note, I thank you for your patience and I apologize if we said anything. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
That applause can be louder. It can be louder. I said it earlier. Our strength is in our intellect. You've just listened to one of us. The world has just listened to what we have to offer. But I can assure you they won't see us coming. We will get there. One more time, can we have it for Mr. Olufemi Awoyemi MNI? Let's clap for him, please.
And up next now is the ministerial session. We've collapsed what we have left on the program, such that we're going to be inviting all the ministers here to come up to the podium, and then they would be presenting their scorecards one after the other. That way we can manage the time.
We are trying to make this as fast as possible, but not losing the essence of the gathering. So first and foremost, may I respectfully invite Mr. Wale Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy for Nigeria. Please,
a round of applause for him, please. A round of applause for him as he makes his way to the podium. I'm also inviting the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabo, to the podium. Please, let's make them welcome with a round of applause. The ministers will be presenting their scorecards. The Minister of Power.
You're most welcome, Honorable Minister. Next, we've got the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola. Is somebody clapping for him?
Here comes the former governor of Osun State, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the podium. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. I'm also inviting to the podium now, Minister of State for Health, Dr. Adekunle Salako. Please, let's make him welcome.
Adekunle Salako. Let's clap for him, please.
And next is a special advisor to the President on Energy, Mrs. Olu Banerjee. The special advisor to the President on Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
There she is, the special advisor to the President on Energy, Mrs. Olu Banerjee.
Now, I am trying to put myself in your shoes. These are your children. These are your representatives. They are here with their scorecard. Bàbá rán ọmọ lọ sílé ìwé tó bá ṣe dáadáa, orí ẹni á wú. Pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà, á wò fínífíní. Ó kù díẹ̀ ń bí o, ó ṣe dáadáa ń bí o, ó ṣe dáadáa ń bí o, bí ó ṣe rí lénìí nìyẹn. Fún ìdí èyí, ẹ kọ́kọ́ bá mi wó àwọn ọmọ wa yìí látẹ̀wọ́ náà. Ẹ bá mi wó wọn látẹ̀wọ́. Àwọn ọmọ tí a fi ń mú yangàn ni. So we are going on quickly. Ìdí owó láti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ìdí owó ni a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. May I invite the moderator, Ms. Tomisin Adebukola.
A round of applause for Tomisin Adebukola.
Tomisin. Kí Tomisin tó sọ, mo ń sọ pé ìdí owó láti bẹ̀rẹ̀. The Chinese have a saying, which is meaning títa ríro là ń kọlà, tó bá jiná tán yóò doge. Àti kọlà títa ríro, ó sì ti wá ń di oge bọ̀ báyìí. Ẹ bá mi wó ọlọ́gbẹ̀ni látẹ̀wọ́. Kẹ wá bá mi wó President Bọ́lá Tinubu. Ẹ bá mi wó ní àtẹ̀wọ́ tó rinlẹ̀. Tomisin, over to you. She will call you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. It's been a long day, and I must congratulate all of you for being here with us. The conversation will continue. I am not going to take so much of your time, but we're going to begin with the ministerial briefing by taking the ministers one after the other. Now, right after that, we will take questions from specific groups, and also we'll take questions from me as well. I'd like to begin with the nearest minister to me, and that is the Minister
of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I apologize for that. We will start with the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister for the Economy, Mr. Olawale Edun. Thank you so much for your patience, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Afenifere, 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 Your Excellency, the co-host governor and the governor of Ondo State, Your Excellency, the chairman, Southwest Governors Forum and Governor Lagos State, and all your excellencies here present. Let me quickly, without taking too much time, recognize our traditional rulers, Kábíyèsí, the Aláàfin, and all the other traditional rulers here present. Our esteemed leaders, Baba Awomo Kekeke, Baba Konde, Chief P.O. Akinyelure, and all the esteemed guests here, particularly Dawn and Afenifere leadership. Let me start also by thanking God Almighty that we are all here today. This is a very historic occasion. I am deeply honored to be leading the federal government team to this important dialogue. As we know, under the able leadership of a very illustrious son of the Southwest, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, he has implemented his renewed hope agenda, and essentially, it is a matter of promises made, promises kept. And I'll start with the very first one. As we heard from Senator Okurumu and others, the number one priority, requirement, and responsibility of leaders in government at all levels, starting from the Chief Executive, His Excellency, Mr. President, is safety and security of the people. The number one promise that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has kept is to provide security. It is that security, that improved security, that has allowed increased oil production, that has allowed increased agricultural production, that has moderated food prices. But then, as we know, he also implemented his renewed hope agenda, which saved Nigeria from the fiscal brink. We heard from the MD of ProShare just now that we recovered, we came back from the edge. The country was bankrupt, the country was gone. We all know the measures that were put in place. Market pricing of petroleum products, so there were no more queues, there was no more subsidizing neighbors through smuggling, and instead, we were placed in a situation where the benefit of God-given oil resources now flowed to the many instead of to the few who are benefiting before. The same with the foreign exchange market. The reform there meant nobody has to know the governor of central bank before I have access to foreign exchange. Whether you're a cottage industry trying to import bottles for your pomade that you make and sell and even export. So those were the two key measures. But on top of that, there was the commitment to fiscal federalism, transparency, and accountability. The governors here, as well as others, have given witness to the fact that, in fact, the Federation Account Allocation Committee revenues, they have gone up over 100%. That is why they have, and as the keynote speaker said, they have that responsibility to spend that money well, to spend that money wisely. It is because of the president's commitment to making sure that what is due to each level of government is actually given to them through the Federation account exercise. On the social side, the all-important social side, for the students, there's NEL Fund, 510,000 beneficiaries of interest-free loans for school fees, for subsistence. There's credit call for the general public, including civil servants, to be able to afford those things that cost a bit more, whether it's solar systems, whether it is electronic gadgets, household items. They have an easier way of paying. Similarly, we know that across the board, for the young people, the key thing that they need, the key infrastructure, the key equipment that they need now is, what do you need? You need data. You need access to the internet. The 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic network is going to be laid that will empower our young people, not just to be able to be productive domestically, but that they will be able to use that internet to export their services abroad. So we all know the figures. The economy is growing at the fastest rate that we have seen for a decade, over 4% per annum. The exchange rate is stable. The reserves are up. Inflation is coming down. Those are the results of the deliberate actions under the Renewed Hope agenda. Let me round up with this very, very important aspect. The promise of Mr. President was that definitely there will be a spike in inflation as a result of the adjustments, the necessary and overdue adjustments that needed to be made at the, what we call the macro level, at the high level of the economy, of economic management. But his promise was the poor, the vulnerable, the weakest would not be left behind. They would not be left to their own devices. This would not be a question of, well, every man for himself. And so he implemented a direct benefit transfer system. It is ongoing. It is getting more robust. It is improving every day. It is delivering. Shortly, it will have delivered to 10 million households. A household is roughly 5 million people. So there will be 50 million people, and there are about 40 already now that have received 1, 2, and/or 3 direct payments so that they get funds and they decide what their priority is. More importantly, that digital ID, the ability to identify individuals and groups biometrically, uniquely, and to pay them through a bank account, if preferable, but sometimes a mobile wallet, is an important part of a social welfare system. And we have heard that the most important priority of government is the welfare of the people. So that is an ongoing feature of any modern society, that you identify people who are weakest and who need help, and you can reach them in a transparent and accountable way. However, we hear and we know that what has gone on in the Nigerian economy now, investment is growing. In the oil sector, Shell just invested $5 billion. And with Mr. President's economic diplomacy, investors are now seeing Nigeria as a choice destination, as a profitable place to invest, a safe place to invest, a secure place to invest. But in order to drive down the benefits of the reforms and the gains that have been made, in order to drive them down, because the gains, the governors, as we have said, the states and even the local governments are relatively buoyant compared to what they were. I gave you the figures. So the states
together with the federal government and the local governments, under the patronage and the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, just weeks ago at the National Economic Council, they approved what is called the Renewed Hope World-Based Development Program. That program will take resources, money, advice, grants, physical inputs, support to each ward, 8,809 wards, where people who are economically active will be given resources to help them to produce more. So therefore, it will not be just at the high level that you get people investing and producing more. Each economically active person at the ward level will be assisted through the Renewed Hope World Development Program to get the resources they need to do what they are doing, to do more of it, to do it better, to produce, even to export across West Africa and beyond. That is the commitment of Mr. President and indeed the entire nation. And I think on that note, I felt that I've dealt with the macro, I've dealt with the grassroots, I've dealt with what there is to come. Mr. President will sustain the current momentum of reforms which are giving Nigeria not just accolades and commendation internationally, but they are bringing home investments. They are bringing home jobs. They're bringing home growth, and they're bringing home reduction of poverty in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir. Power is one of the most important metrics that citizens use to measure government impact. So I will be moving straight to the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Tilabu.
Afenifere, 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 Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, our leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to beg for permission to also stand on already established protocol for sake of time. I'm also very happy to be here to brief our constituents, our region, on the activities and progress made in all the critical sectors under the administration of our God-sent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his Renewed Hope agenda. And happily, I'm the one overseeing the power sector. Power sector is quite unique and critical to our national existence. The uniqueness stems from the fact that there is no major or critical sector in the economy that can perform optimally without a functional power sector. Every sector needs to be energized. The uniqueness also stems from the fact that of all the sectors, of all the ministries, the power sector is open to every household, every business, every institution, be it educational or health institutions, every industry. You can, from the comfort of your homes and offices, assess or evaluate the performance of the power sector. So there is nothing about media hype or giving you false information. When there's improvement, you will know. When we are getting worse, you will also know. Even to the pregnancy that is in the womb, when the heat is too much, he or she will realize that there's something wrong with our power sector. We can start talking about power sector from now till tomorrow, but for the sake of this audience, I will summarize what the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done in just 5 points. Because we've done so much, and the power sector problem is almost as old as our independence. We've had dilapidated infrastructure that have not been serviced for years, and the sectoral issues historically has been living with us even since I was a child. So what we did was to tackle the root cause of the problem in the power sector so that we can actually give it a lasting and enduring and a sustainable solution to our power sector issues, which has affected good lives in our homes, has affected underperformance of our educational and institutions, which has killed small and medium-scale enterprises, which has killed thriving industries in the past, and has led to lots of job losses, has made us to depend on importation of things that we were producing here before. And just like the finance minister and coordinating minister for the economy said, this has had negative impact on our foreign exchange reserve and the strength of our currency. Now, we have to produce what we use, and we must use what we produce. How do we do that? There must be an energized, a functional, a reliable, and affordable power sector. The number one thing that we tackled, like they say in Yoruba land, that do not give me fish, but teach me how to fish. The first problem that we discovered was that the activities of the power sector across all segments in the power sector value chain was over-centralized. For our Baba here, our fathers, our mothers here, you all knew what is called the Electricity Company of Nigeria, ECN. Some of us did not meet it. What we met was National Electric Power Authority, NEPA. Some met Power Holding Company of Nigeria, PHCN. All these three entities were all centralized government agencies. And to provide functional power sector for a country as huge, as vast as Nigeria, with 926 square kilometers of landmass, with over 200 million people, with 36 states and federal capital territory, with 774 local governments, with almost 9,000 wards, we cannot successfully undo power sector problem at the center. So what do we need? We needed decentralization. Everybody must get involved. Number two problem was government alone. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world, in the advanced countries. Government alone cannot single-handedly finance or fund affordable, reliable, and functional electricity. We need the private sector funding. There must be private sector infusion of funds, both local and international or foreign. So those are the two problems: decentralization and liberalization. What President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did was, on the assumption of office in May 2023, the first bill he signed into law was the Electricity Act of 2023. With this Point Finder Act, I believe the president deserves a round of applause. Yes, with this act, we have devolved the activities of the power sector to the sub-national levels so that the state governments can also handle the issue of electricity in their states. The local government can get involved, and with liberalization,
private sector investors can also play in all the segments of the power sector value chain, from gas supply to gas transportation, to power generation, to power transmission, to power distribution. In fact, to the customer last mile connection in terms of metering. So this act has decentralized and it has liberalized the activities in the power sector. And the advantages of this, we have started seeing the impact. The vibrancy in the power sector we have today has never been like this. The awareness we have created, the consciousness we have created, and the state government now getting involved. So instead of federal government alone tackling the issue of power, the federal government, 36 state governors, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, all the chairmen of 774 local governments, they should now be held responsible to achieve stable electricity. That is number one. And it is the pathfinder we are leveraging on this act and is working very well. Between 2023 and now, we have generated nothing less than $5 billion investment into the power sector, coming from development institutions like the World Bank, the AFD, the JICA, the GIZ, the USAID, and other, plus the state government resource expenditure in the power sector and other local private sectors. That's number one. Then the second point was market reforms. We are all aware that the power sector is being heavily subsidized by the federal government. With the tariff we met on grant, Nigerians will not pay more than 30% of cost of energy. Government has been subsidizing close to 70%. Be it hydro source of energy, be it gas-powered plants, government has been subsidizing. And this subsidy, we cannot afford it. We owe power generating companies over 4 trillion naira. And this has been the bane of the industry non-performance. And we said that let us have a covenant-based tariff structure, which will be based on hours of supply for territories with very good infrastructure. Our infrastructure has decayed over time. We have not serviced the transformers. The lines are breaking down. The towers are being vandalized. So for the few customers that have very good infrastructure, we are saying when you enjoy 20 to 24 hours of service, you will pay what is called cost reflective tariff. That is CRT. Just 15% of customers. And this has worked wonders. There was initial resistance, but after 2 to 3 months, when the people found out that it was even cheaper for them to pay these bills than to be paying for diesel, to be paying for fuel, to maintain generator. If I give you a data that in 2023 alone, the revenue paid to the power distribution companies was just 1 trillion naira. But our people, Nigerians, they spent over 15 trillion on procurement of diesel, procurement of fuel, and maintenance of generator, which is more expensive. So we are saying if you can make this infrastructure to be better, it is cheaper for us to even pay a higher tariff and save up on diesel and fuel. So market reforms has actually given us some good increment in revenue. In 2024, the discos made a revenue of 1.7 trillion, which is a 70% increment over the previous year revenue. And in 2025, we are looking at almost 2.3 trillion. That is doubling official power sector revenue in just 2 years. I think we need to give Mr. President a round of applause for this. So we are doing a number of things in the market reforms. And number 3 is the infrastructure revamp. All the segments in the power sector value chain, they have dilapidated infrastructure that cannot support the power sector of our dream. So the president needed to spend a lot of money to revamp this infrastructure. We have some generating companies that have the dilapidated turbines, which we are working on to revamp. We have also added additional 700 megawatts of Zungeru hydro plants. Today, we have increased the installed capacity in our power sector from 13,000 megawatts to 14,000 megawatts. And thank you for that. And our transmission infrastructure, which covers thousands of kilometers of high voltage and medium voltage power lines, have not been maintained for over 50 years. Our power transformers, which runs into hundreds of thousands across substations, have not been maintained. Same thing with all the towers, and we also experienced vandalization. What the president has done was to resuscitate the Presidential Power Initiative, PPI, which we all know as a Siemens project that was first initiated in 2018 under the former president. But the activities of COVID and the death of the former chief of staff did not really allow it to take off fully. But on resumption of office, we were convinced that we must go with this project. So PPI is doing wonders. So when you see our grid that is stabilizing more than before, it is the completion of the pilot phase of the Presidential Power Initiative, PPI, by importing 10 power transformers, 10 power mobile substations, which we have installed across the country. That's why you can actually experience stability in our grid. Last year, we had 12 instances of grid disturbances, some of them due to vandalization, technical problems. But in 2025, we have only recorded one instance of grid disturbance. I think we are making progress. And on that grid collapse, within 2 to 3 hours, we restored power. The next thing is the Presidential Metering Initiative. One of the major issues in the power sector was the meter gap. We have over 30 million customers. Number of customers with meter is just a little over 6 million. We have close to 7 million meter gap. Mr. President, together with the states, under the federal account allocation, have set aside 700 billion naira to buy meters. In this year alone, 1.1 meters will be procured before the end of December, while in the next 5 years, annually, 2 million meters. So in 3 to 5 years, issue of meter gap will be completely eliminated. I can assure you that. Then for me to round up, because of time, like I told you, there are so many things we have done, but we have limited time. The issue of renewable energy. We now have a lot of houses, institutions, businesses being powered on renewable energy. This is due to the policies. Federal government, today, we are producing solar panels here. And our first set of export of solar panel to Ghana was last week. So we have started exporting solar panel. Very soon, we have started producing meters here in Nigeria. We will start producing batteries. We have all that it takes. We have lithium deposits. We have natural resources. We have the market. We have the people. With all this, we must be self-reliant. We cannot continue to be import dependent. And lastly is the issue of local content and human capacity, which we believe is very key to the sustainability of the power sector. We have not trained our engineers in the past decade. The last training our engineers received were the days of NEPA, the days of PHCN. The successor companies that took over all these Nigerian federal government companies, they have not been training their personnel. So we have restated the National Power Training Institute. Just last month, we just opened a 104-room hostel and modern training facilities for the NAP team. Lastly is the use of our natural resources to produce what we want. And Mr. President has already championed this, and the Power Ministry is at the forefront to ensure that we use what we produce and we produce what we want. So those are the 5 pillars of Mr. President's reform and transformation in the power sector. In just 2 years, you can imagine in the next 2 years,
where we will get to. So when we made the electoral promise that I will give you stable, functional, reliable, and affordable power sector, he meant business and he has started it. But we know that Rome was not built in a day. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step in the right direction. We have taken the giant step and we are in the right direction. Thank you and God bless.
A round of applause for the Minister of Power. Thank you so much, Chief Adebayo Adelabo. Thank you, sir. All right, moving now to another powerful ministry of the federal government generating revenue. We will be moving to the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your patience.
It's not loud enough. Oh. Afenifere. Thank you. I recognize our excellencies, the governor from Southwest that are here, the honorable ministers, our leaders, particularly Chief Bisi Akode, eminent elders and leaders of our region, our royal fathers, thank you for being here. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I'd first of all like to commend the President for his visionary leadership in creating the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy in 2023. Nigeria is blessed with abundant maritime resources. We have 853 kilometers of coastline, 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways, 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zone, which has been increased by another 16,300 kilometers through the continental shelf. So Nigeria presents a very critical ship route that links Africa with Asia, Europe, and America. So by that abundant resources, Nigeria is a maritime nation. So having created the ministry, the first thing we did was to work on the issue of national policy on marine and blue economy as a foundation to put the structure to harness the resources of the ocean for economic growth, job creation, improved livelihood, while guaranteeing environmental sustainability. Having said that, we started by ensuring that we try to modernize the existing port. The first two ports of Apapa and Tinkan were created some 70 or more years ago, and they have been so neglected over the years. So what Mr. President did was to ensure that he gave an approval for the modernization and automation of these ports. In Southwest, we have these three ports: the Apapa port, the Tinkan port, and the Lekki Deep-Sea port. The Lekki Deep-Sea port is the modern port that attracts big vessels and is doing no less than more than 60% of transshipment in Africa, in Nigeria. So we're modernizing the port, first of all, to increase the infrastructure. Secondly, to increase the draft level. Nigeria is supposed to do the transshipment in West Africa, but the existing ports have very shallow depth, what we call draft. The draft level of the existing Apapa and Tinkan is about 13 meters, whereas with the kind of modern vessels that we have today, you don't need anything less than 60 meters. So we are modernizing the port by increasing the draft so as to attract vessels coming to our shores. Most of the imports that are meant for Nigeria, most times are taken to neighboring countries because of our draft level. So once we're able to increase the draft, this import will come back to us. In addition to that, we're developing additional ports. Deep-Sea Port, we have one in Badagry and Slake Island in Lagos. Equally in Southwest,
We are collaborating with Ondo state government for the Ondo deep sea port, which is ready to be taken to effect. We are going looking at Olokola deep sea port in Ogun State. Apart from this, we are creating additional inland dry ports, one in Ijebu-Ode and another one in Moniya, to ensure that we're able to bring the port activities to the grassroots and reduce the level of congestion on the ports, the existing ports in Apapa and Tinkan. Equally, we are creating a trailer park in Shagamu to decongest the ports of Apapa and Tinkan. Again, we've succeeded with the collaboration with the state government to put an end to the Apapa gridlock. Some years back, we realized that passing through to Apapa is like going through hell. I must commend the government of Lagos State, the Navy, and our agencies for ensuring that this gridlock is a thing of the past. We're improving our revenue by automating processes, by efficiency in port operation. In 2023, our revenue for the agency was about 700.9 billion. But I can tell you today, in 2024, the revenue has grown to 1.39 trillion naira, which is an improvement from the 2023. And I want to believe that by the time we talk about revenue in 2025, I won't be surprised if it is going to be more than 2 trillion. I know the Minister of Finance will be looking forward to that. Apart from all of that, we are doing a lot in terms of ensuring that we do capacity building for our youth. To encourage our youth to take career in maritime. It's very lucrative. We have the Maritime Academy in Oro that trains our seafarers. We're doing more of that. Sometimes we take some of these youths even to neighboring countries and even abroad for training. Again, we succeeded in stabilizing prices of petroleum. You may wonder why. We are not in petroleum ministry, but the policy of Naira for Naira that was launched by the federal government has assisted in ensuring regularity of petroleum products. For instance, the Dangote refinery is buying our crude in Naira. What it means that fluctuation in terms of dollar will not affect stability of the prices. So it's the policy of federal government that has assisted in ensuring that fuel is available and at affordable price. Again, we're looking at developing more inland waterways. We are looking at phasing out the rickety boats that are creating problems on our inland waterways. I want to enjoy our subnationals, the governors, to please collaborate with the federal government in phasing out rickety boats. I could recall that during the time of our president when he was governor of Lagos State, Mule and what they call Bonekaja were the king of the road, and they were creating a lot of nuisance and a lot of lives were being lost. What did he do differently? He gradually phased them out to the extent that children born after 2003 might not know what is called Mule or Bonekaja. So it is important for us to gradually phase out the rickety boat and ensure the use of life jackets at all times. These are some of the things that we can talk about in terms of the efforts of the ministry in supporting the federal government. And that has been made possible through the renewed agenda of Mr. President. I believe by the time we're supposed to be given a scorecard next year, we'll be able to talk more on what we need to achieve so far. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful for that brief. I mean, a lot of people were wondering at the beginning of the creation of that ministry, what exactly will a Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy be doing? I mean, a lot of Nigerians had that question at the back of their minds. Okay, before we move to the next minister, we'll be speaking about health. We will be taking about 4 to 5 questions per minister. So please, if you have questions, you could write them down, or you could begin to make your way towards the corner where the presenters, the hosts for the event are. So please write your questions down and pass them. Quickly, we'll be moving to the Ministry of Health. And we have with us the people who are in charge of you and I being hale and healthy. The Minister of State is here. We have Dr. Adekunle Salako be speaking to us about the strides that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government had made in the health sector.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly acknowledge our host governor. I call him the shining governor of the Sunshine State, Lucky Odibison Ayedatiwa. And of course, the chairman of the governors in Yoruba land, the excellent governor of the Center of Excellence, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and all governors in the Southwest here represented, our KBACs from the 4 corners of Yoruba land, our leaders. Permit me to specially acknowledge, as a former chairman of Afenifere in my senatorial district, acknowledge our leader worldwide through the leader of Afenifere in Ogun State, Senator Femi Okuromu. I will open my presentation with a very profound quotation that is an inspiration to me and to us in the Ministry of Health. Mr. President said, and I quote, in 2023, as long as we think wisely, do boldly, and remain faithful to our noble objectives, no mortal power can stop us. And with that, I personally draw a lot of inspiration. Mr. President, in my opinion, is an exceptional Yoruba man who combines the organizing skills, the brilliance, and the clear-headedness of Chief Obafemi Awolowo with the pan-Nigerianism, the financial acumen, and the courage of MKO Abiola. As we all know, health is wealth. If you have 1,000 problems, the moment you have health problem, all the other 999 problems will disappear, and you will have only one problem. Therefore, the health sector occupies a very, very central position in the Renew Hope agenda. And if you read that document, the president said, the health of Nigeria is an urgent matter of rights. The health of all Nigerians is an urgent matter of rights. And in that document, Mr. President itemized a 9-point agenda that is going to use to address the health challenges that we face in Nigeria. First, he talked about health sector governance and leadership to achieve universal health coverage, equity and quality, primary health care as the bedrock of our health system, emphasis on preventive care, improve allocation to healthcare, preparing Nigeria for the next public health emergency, improving local research, better emphasis on mental health, and using the health sector as a creator of jobs and improving the welfare of health workers. And so, when Mr. President assumed office in May 2023, the public health landscape was not very encouraging. Less than 5% of Nigerians were covered with social health insurance, which means about 95% of Nigeria were doing out of pocket to harvest or to access healthcare. There was poor enabling environment for local production. The basic healthcare provision fund that was supposed to drive primary healthcare, only 21% of the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria were ready at that level. And of course, we were also faced with the challenge of migration, popularly called Japa. So we decided to confront these issues. And I can tell you, if you look at some of the data that are now coming out in terms of infant mortality, you can see us to have improved remarkably in 2024 survey that was done. In terms of under 5 mortality, we have also improved remarkably in terms of the survey that have been done. Of course, in 30 months of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a lot has been done. And I'm afraid I may not be able to say everything, but I'll just highlight the very critical ones. The first thing is to develop a blueprint that can guide our journey and our movement towards the destination that Mr. President wants to take the healthcare sector in Nigeria. And so we came up with what we call the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, a blueprint that the subnational governments also subscribe to under the leadership of the president. President convened the subnational government, convened the partners, convened the civil society, and we signed a compact that everybody say this is the path to go, using what we call the sector-wide approach, so that we all know what is happening. What is happening in Ogun State, federal knows, Ondo State knows, and we're also collaborating with one another. I don't know whether they are showing yes, they are showing it. There's a particular graph under slide 4 that I would like to point our attention to, which is what has happened to allocation to the health sector in the last 2 years. Allocation to the health sector in the last 2 years has more than grown by over 100%. Over 100% increase in the allocation to health sector. And today, after security, after infrastructure, after education, health is the biggest spender of government resources. And so, if you also look at it, you will see that over the last 2 years, to facilitate access to health for Nigerians, we have come up with over 21 strategic policies. We have focused a lot of attention on primary healthcare revitalization. And today, over 2,000 primary healthcare centers have been upgraded to full functionality. Another 3,000 is on track. And our vision is to achieve 17,000 by 2037. I must say that 794 of those PHCs that have been upgraded are in Southwest Nigeria. Approximately per quarter, 37 Nigerians now access primary health care on a quarterly basis. We have deployed over 115 billion to drive basic healthcare provision for Nigerians. And out of that, 15.8 billion has been deployed to primary healthcare centers in the Southwest. All the 137 local governments in Southwest Nigeria now have performance financial management officers and health fellows. And we have trained over 61,000 frontline health workers, with over 13,000 of them in Southwest Nigeria. We have significantly focused a lot of attention on preventive healthcare, making milestone movements in improving primary prevention through the use of immunization. Nigeria, for the first time under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, introduced human papilloma virus vaccination that protects our young girls from cervical cancer. And today, we have vaccinated over 14 million young girls against cervical cancer. And that is the largest in the whole of Africa. We have introduced malaria vaccine to prevent malaria. We have introduced for the first time under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu the measles rubella vaccine. And up to date, within the beginning of October when it was introduced, and now we have vaccinated over 29 million Nigerian children against measles and rubella. A lot has been done in that respect. We are upscaling our screening services to catch preventable diseases like cancers at very early stage. We have also focused a lot of attention on maternal health care. And today we have what we call maternal and neonatal mortality reduction innovation initiative, which provides, among other things, free cesarean section to Nigerians, pregnant women that cannot afford it. And today, over 4,000 free cesarean sections have been done. Some of them in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Ile-Ife, in Abeokuta, in Owo, in Ado-Ekiti, centers that are being used for this initiative. Now we have what we call the Save Mama hotline. And I want to ask all of you, please dial 3581 on your phone. And for any pregnant woman in any part of Nigeria today, if you dial 3581, somebody will respond at the other end and will provide support, especially ambulance support, to move, because one of the key elements of maternal mortality is delay from going from home to the facility. And so we have provided ambulance services and a hotline where people can access such services. So Save Mama is hot and it is working. We also realize that on an annual basis, Nigerians spend more than $1 billion United States dollars on health tourism. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has decided to tackle that frontally, starting with cancer care. 40% of Nigerians who go out for healthcare goes because of cancer care. And as a result, we have institutionalized, and now 3 cancer centers of excellence have been commissioned. Another 3 is on stream to be commissioned soon. We have upgraded the cancer center at UCH Ibadan and in Ife. We have also provided a fully equipped radiotherapy center at FMC Ebutemeta, open heart surgery center at FMC Abeokuta. To address the issue of manpower, we have created new schools of nursing and also expanded the ability of our medical schools to train medical students and new doctors. So to further deepen our approach to cancer care, we're providing what we call Cancer Health Fund to be able to support Nigerians who cannot afford cancer care. We have produced a national policy on health workforce migration. And this is a very important document. It's a document that we're using to address the challenge of JAPA, the challenge of migration of health workers from our country to other parts of the world, ensuring that we create incentives, ensuring that even when they leave the country, we are still able to be in touch with them and still able to harvest their support and participation in the health sector in Nigeria. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the last 30 months, we have created 13 new federal tertiary health institutions. 4 of them are in Southwest, in Ekpe, in Akure, which the governor acknowledged.
We need to round up.
Another one in Osun, Ikole-Ekiti. And this we are doing in ensuring that Nigerians and our people have health care. In conclusion, let me say that the Renew Hope agenda is working for Nigerians. And a new Nigeria is being born, is being battered, where there's access to quality and affordable healthcare with financial protection. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is competently leading this transformation with a clear vision, with courage, with patriotism, with his eyes, not just on today, but on generations of Nigerians coming behind. And I dare say, ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ má jẹ́ ká sùn, àwa àgbààgbà Yorùbá, ọba Yorùbá, gbogbo akíkanjú, gbogbo gbajúmọ̀ Yorùbá, gbogbo ọ̀dọ́, gbogbo obìnrin, ẹ má jẹ́ ká sùn, àwa ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Let us keep these mandates. And so, with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall succeed. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. We quickly want to take the last speaker, crave the indulgence of our governors to please give us just a few more minutes as we invite the special advisor to the president on energy, Ms. Olu Bahayin.
Thank you. Our royal fathers, our political fathers who've been patiently waiting all day, thank you very much for being with us. And our mothers, seen and unseen. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols, please. I thank our hosts, my governor, H.E. Lucky Ayetidiwa. I would also like to thank our chief hosts, the legend, the institution, Paruben Ifashonoti. Thank you for everything, Papa. My people of the Southwest, every farmer knows that harvest does not come the same day that you plant. You must first till the land, plant the seeds, and then pray for rain. That is what our nation has been doing over the last 2 years under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, sowing the seeds of reform so that harvest of prosperity can reach every family, every farm, and every school. Let's start with the fiscal and economic reforms that the CME has already highlighted, which is a way of clearing the ground for growth. The fuel and exchange rate subsidies were like a weed that drained our soil, eating up trillions that could have built schools, roads, and clinics. By removing it, the president has cleared the field so new crops can grow. The reforms have increased allocations to states, giving the Southwest more resources to invest in communities. On the power sector, his Honorable Minister on Power has highlighted an important point, that no harvest can grow without rain. You can think of electricity as the water for our economy. Through the Presidential Metering Initiative, 1 million meters are going to be deployed across the Southwest, which will end estimated billing and ensure fairness and improve liquidity for the sector, which is required to attract more investments. Targeted electricity subsidies also ensure that the poorest households get affordable power, while wealthier consumers pay their true share. The new investments that will occur through the debt reduction program that His Excellency has recently approved, as well as investments through development finance institution partners, will expand generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure. This means our farmers, small industries will still enjoy more reliable power to produce and process cassava, to power small factories that turn cocoa to chocolates. That is what a harvest feels like. Our gas will fertilize our soil. The government is expanding pipelines like the Escravos Lagos system to deliver more gas to industries in Shagamu, Ibadan, Ilorin, and Ondo would directly benefit as the network expands across the Southwest. Over $10 billion in new investments across the oil and gas value chain are being unlocked, with another $20 billion expected by 2029. Gas is not just for electricity, It's for fertilizer, methanols, petrochemicals. These are the nutrients that will make our farmlands more productive, our factories busier, and our exports a lot more competitive. New gas projects will feed fertilizer plants that support farmers in Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, lowering the cost of fertilizer, boosting crop yields, empowering our local agro-processing industries. These value chains, gas to fertilizer, farm to factory, will deliver cheaper food at home as local production expands and transportation costs fall. Exportable agro products like cassava starch, cocoa butter, and ethanol can now compete globally. This is how we turn our gas beneath our soil into food on our tables and jobs in our communities. A wise farmer does not keep buying from others what he can grow himself. For too long, Nigeria sent our crude abroad and brought back petrol at higher costs. Those days are over under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Through bold reforms and deregulation and refinery investments, particularly led by the private sector, Nigeria has achieved self-sufficiency, and we are transforming the fuel that powers our cars and tractors is now increasingly refined at home and by Nigerians. The continued enabling environment has led to a recent announcement by Alhaji Dangote that he is going to double the capacity of his refinery, which means we not only achieve self-sufficiency at home, we become the regional energy supplier. The harvest is near, my people. The yam does not sprout the same day that it is planted. But when it does, the farmer smiles because he remembers the sweat that made it grow. We have planted reforms that are already sprouting in energy, in jobs, and in stability. The rains are gathering. There are more investments coming. There are more local industries sprouting up, and there's more power available for homes and businesses. This harvest is going to be rich, and it's not just in Abuja or in Lagos, but in every village and town in the Southwest and across Nigeria. From the farms in Ose to the classrooms in Ogbomoso, every Nigerian will feel the yield of these seeds that we have sown. Our planting season is nearing the end. The harvest is now near. And this time, everyone, every Nigerian will benefit from the bounty. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, hope is renewed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for this conversation. I quickly want to apologize because we wouldn't be able to take the feedback as initially planned. We will be taking that tomorrow. You can write it down. You can join us as we do that tomorrow. I want to thank the honorable ministers for being here with us today. Let's begin with the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, the Minister of Power, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, the Minister of State for Health, and of course, the Special Advisor to the President on Energy
Sorry, don't thank them yet. Don't thank them yet.
Okay.
Okay. Question. But the truth is, you deserve a big round of applause. Can we give it to them, please? Can we give it to them? Can we give it to them?
Okay.
We'll just take 3 reactions. Three.
Okay,
yes,
3
please.
reactions, okay?
Just take 3. So listen, the first one is coming up.
All right. That's Mr. Shepherd.
Your Excellencies, you are greatly respected. Leaders, you know, the challenge of governance is that if we listen to you, you'll almost get the impression that Nigerians are crazy, but that's not the fact. The reason is that if government is not communicating to the people, it then means that people are going to be unduly angry because whatever it is you say you are doing, that's not what we're hearing on the street. That's not what opposition is saying. That's not what's on social media. The rural poverty numbers in the country today is 75%. The data is there. The overall poverty numbers are 56%. We're the 12th poorest country in the world. And we have a misery index of 38.3%. So if all these lofty things that you are saying at over 2 years mark, with perhaps a couple of months more before we get into the politicking, when exactly will the Nigerians feel the impact of all these renewed hope? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's take the second person.
Thank you very much. We will take, yes, one more.
Just one more. Just one more.
Sorry, because of time. Excuse me. Here, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Adeshegun Olusegun. I have listened attentively to the speakers and the ministers. I think I agree with you that you are all eggheads and there is little to add to your presentation. But I look at myself from the point of view of a politician, and I just want to throw a big question, which you don't have to answer. I just want to say that as minister, how many times have people phoned you, and how many did you receive, and how many did you call back? If you have done more than 50%, you are strengthening democracy. Thank you.
All right. Let me quickly pass the. Who is taking the first question? Okay.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues. Yes, the issue and the whole point of the renewed hope agenda is to correct distortions in the economy, stabilize it so that there can be investment. It is with investment that increased productivity will lead to growth, that will lead to jobs, well-paying jobs. And that is the way that poverty will be reduced in the country. In the meantime, there are interventions. The new minimum wage is an intervention. The help for the agricultural sector is an intervention to attack poverty. The help to the small and medium scale enterprises, grants, concessional loans are all attempts, and overall, you have the direct benefit transfers. Those transfers around the world, especially during COVID, have proved that when you give people funds directly, efficiently to their accounts, they decide what their priority is, and it helps to reduce poverty. In the medium to long term, starting from now, there is the grassroots development program that will drive resources, funding, information, skills, advice, and equipment to economically active people in the wards. That is the way that poverty will be attacked in the near, medium, and long term. And of course, you heard the Honorable Minister of State for Health talk about how funding had increased to the health sector. And as he said, health is wealth. Thank you. Ekpatewo.
Ekpatewo. Monica Ekpatewo. Any other comments? Any other comments?
Sir? No, just. Okay.
1 minute, just to round up. In terms of a landmark achievement, it would be nice to let this information also go out. In terms of installed capacity of power generation in Nigeria, we have actually, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu renewable agenda, made some landmark achievements from 13,000 megawatts now to 14,600 megawatts within 2 years. Number two is, for the first time ever in the history of Nigeria, we generated 6,000 megawatts of power. What we meant on ground was 4,200 megawatts. And average generation to date is in the region of 5,800 megawatts. It took the country almost 40 years to increase from 2,000 megawatts in 1984 to 4,000 megawatts in 2018. Within 1.5 years to 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, we grew by 1,600 megawatts. And daily consumption also went up to a landmark of 128,000 megawatt hour from 115,000 megawatt hour achieved in the past. Energy access has also grown from 61% that we met in the office to about 66% now, and 5% within 2 years. Then lastly is the issue of powering our educational and health institutions. We have installed unprecedented number of mini grids for our universities and teaching hospitals. We have done 50 megawatts University of Maiduguri, University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. We have done in University of Calabar. We have gotten approval for University of Ibadan, Obafemi universities, and Unilag across the Southwest. Thank you very much. It is
somebody clapping in his hall. Somebody clapping. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I forgot to mention the fact that there have been zero piracy on our waters for the past 3 years.
Yes.
The importance of that is the fact that that has reduced the premium on imports. There has been zero piracy on our waterways through the use of the deep project, which is, a surveillance infrastructure that takes care of assets deployed both on land, air, and sea. So that's one thing. The second thing is the fact that we've increased fish production locally from 1.1 metric tons to 1.4. You can check through the National Bureau of Statistics. We are going to be talking of reactivating all the fish terminals, not only on the Southwest corridor, but all over the country to increase food production so that we can reduce the level of import of fish that we are spending so much foreign exchange on. We are equally bringing back the issue of the national shipping line, not on the former moribund national shipping line, but on a PPP basis, so that we can harvest what we are losing in terms of revenue and freight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Right, so as we round off, we quickly take group photograph.
Yes, we will do that. Please, yes, please. Take a good photograph. Take a good photograph. I was thinking we should use the background for status. But frankly, can we give a big round of applause for all of that? Here? This brings
Monica,
yes, sir. Yeah. We need to take the photographs first. We'll be inviting. One. There's another session after this. Ẹjọ́ mú sùúrù sá. Kábíyèsí, ìṣẹ́jú kan ẹjọ́ má dùn. Ìṣẹ́jú kan ẹjọ́. Nípa fún àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan jẹ́ ẹ̀rọ fún ìṣẹ́jú. Please, we still have this session. And
yes, data.
Representative of the Minister for Trade and Investment will also be doing this. But meanwhile, what comes to mind is a song. Nigeria is I say go down. I say go down.
Brilliant as ever. Brilliant as ever.
Can we settle down? Okay now.
Been a very long day.
Bring it down. Bring it down. Okay, so Tito. One more session. One more session. Bring it down. Okay, now. So, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We move on to the next session.
Bring it down.
There is one more session.
Session, never worry. After session, yeah. So I want to know. Àwọn lè lọ ẹ má worry. Session kan yìí wà. Àtàwọn ṣáńtẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn máa lọ.
There is one more session before we wrap it up.
Eléyìí. Wọ́n ti dá ọgbẹ́ ẹ̀rù bọ̀ tẹ́ kí ni ló máa ń bẹ̀? Dr. Charles Akinola, SWDC. Wọ́n wá sí ìlàyé tó ń.
Dr. Charles Akinola, to please come up. See?
And the representative of Mr. Tuji Bello.
Representative of Mr. Tuji Bello.
Yeah, who you can your phone?
The DGITF. The
Industrial Training Fund. And of course, the representative of please kindly come up, or kindly come up.
Director of Corporate Affairs at the
APC Youth Leader, please.
I'm representing the
Mr. Dio Israel.
Director.
Kindly come up.
I'm representing
Session.
double capacity.
A very session.
A very brief session, short one.
Mr. Dio Israel, please.
My name is
Panelists.
The person speaking for primary health care, if you are still here, please join us. We'd like to thank Your Excellencies. Thank you so much. We have just a few minutes more. Kindly please bear with us. We'd like to thank all our distinguished guests, all participants, all patriots, all sons and daughters of the southwestern region of Nigeria. We also must thank our people from Edo State. We'd like to thank our siblings from Kogi State. The North Central is also represented here. We are saying thank you so much for identifying with us. Those of us from Kogi State, we appreciate you. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you.
The representative for healthcare. Is Dio Israel here?
Tomisi, let's go now. All right.
I thank you, everybody. If we could sit for just a few more minutes. And
Let's settle down. Sorry, Tomisi. Let's ẹjọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó ẹjọ́. Those of us standing in the aisle, please let's take our seats. Àwọn tá a dúró láàrin yẹn ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó. Ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó. Thank you. Thank you, ẹjọ́. It's just for a few more minutes. Sit down. Ẹ̀yin àǹtí mi onífìlà ẹjọ́ jókòó.
please take your seats.
Thank you very much. Please go on.
All right, we're moving to the last conversation for this evening. And I have with me the Southwest Development Commission managing.
Ẹjọ́, madam ẹjọ́, ẹ bá mi stop woman ẹjọ́.
The mics are working. The mics are working. Okay. Dr. Charles Diji Akiola, the Managing Director, CEO, Southwest Development Commission. I'd like to start with you, sir. Your brief and people's expectation from this commission. Yes, just speak, sir. Just speak. Yes. You know the plan.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. I'm indeed humbled and inspired by the foundation laid this morning by His Excellency Governor Aida Tiwa and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who reminded us that the Southwest was indeed once the cradle of innovation, education, governance, and cultural pride. During that era, of which Chief Obafemi Awolowo was at the bulwark and the founding fathers of Afenifere, their passion for development was never about politics, but about people, was never about position, but it was about purpose. They dreamt of a region that would light the path for the rest of the country, a region where education will build minds, where enterprise will build wealth, and where leadership will build communities. Today, through the Southwest Development Commission, that dream has found statutory expression through its establishment. And we must thank the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR for setting it up. The baton that they carried was of faith, and this has come through a federal instrument for coordinated regional development, one that belongs to the people and the one that must be powered by creative partnerships. What's the SWC's role in the Renewed Hope Agenda? Under the Renewed Hope Agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the federal government has made job creation, industrialization, access to opportunities the pillars of economic recovery. So for us, the Southwest Development Commission seeks to translate these very important national aspirations into regional action building partnerships that will link federal programs like the ones that were initiated a few minutes ago, state priorities, working in partnership with our governors, and private sector. And we believe that innovation in this regard will come into one single delivery framework. I'd like to speak about the One Economic Bloc strategy, which is about one region and one economy. Our vision is anchored on a strong regional development strategy, the One Economic Bloc agenda. The One Economic Bloc agenda is a product of rigorous, coordinated, well-joined up thinking that's happened involving the state governors, development practitioners, policymakers over 10 years ago. The One Bloc agenda still stays true today as it will tomorrow. It's about a unified framework that situates the Southwest as one single production and investment corridor. It will treat all our 6 states not as isolated entities, but one economic bloc, which is interconnected through projects. We'll say when we plan together in one block, we invest together, we trade together, we can once again make the Southwest the engine room of Nigeria's prosperity. The whole Western region under Chief Awolowo tribe because it planned with one vision. It had high values and discipline. This is the same spirit that we in SWDC will seek to institutionalize, not through nostalgia this time around, that is thinking back to our Lord days, but through a modern, data-driven,
results-oriented structure. And some of the enablers for the One Economic Bloc agenda will include regional industry policy harmonization, shared infrastructure and logistics corridors, integrated investment and data systems, co-financing platforms combining federal, state, and private capital. Now, I just want to outline some of what we have from vision to pipeline projects that we're seeking to work on. I must thank Mr. Femi Oyemi, Chair, for some of his intervention earlier on this afternoon. Under the One Economic Bloc framework, the SWDC is developing a pipeline of transformative projects that are designed to catalyze employment and productivity across the value chain. Examples include regional interconnectivity. We heard Governor Sanwo-Olu speak about that. How do we connect the region? This plan has been on for over 15 years. Through rail, through superhighways, and through water. We have 3 maritime states of Lagos, Ogun, and Ondo. How do we come up with regional and industrial technological parks which will have agro-processing, digital innovation with each of the states to host flagship projects? We're looking at the Southwest Agro-Industrial Revolution Program. We're looking at blue economy and marine projects. There's a fish harbor and terminal complexes in Lagos, Badagry, in Ondo, Ilaje. We have collaboration that's imminent with the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy and others. There's the regional superhighway and corridor development. We left Ibadan this morning, and it took us about 4.5 hours to get to Akure. Now you look at a situation where we produce food for Lagos. Lagos has a population of over 22 million, undercounted, and you have 5 contiguous states. So we're looking at the market for agricultural products in the states. If we have good roads, you can imagine how that will incentivize agriculture in the contiguous states. We can move tomatoes, you can move cassava, you can move yam to enter Lagos markets within 2-3 hours. We're looking at regional superhighway corridor development, linking logistics hubs from Lagos through Ibadan to Akure, Osogbo. We're looking at regional talent and innovation hubs. We want young people to see their faces in the projects of the Southwest Development Commission. We're looking at creative economy and tourism, where our children have thrived globally to global acclaim. These are not isolated projects in any way. They are building blocks of a new industrial economy that is anchored on skills, productivity, and regional connectivity. Now, how do we want to implement all of this? What is the partnership architecture? We want to work with public, private, and communities. But we cannot achieve this through ambitions with government alone.
So round of
that is why we're building a private sector advisory council, which is a compact, of trusted regional leaders and entrepreneurs to guide the Commission on competitiveness and investment. We're also designing over time a Southwest Investment Fund, which will pool pension assets, diaspora capital, and state contributions to finance different development opportunities. This is a new model. Government will provide a platform, but partnership will drive the progress. Now, in closing, responding to the governor's challenge here today, Governor Sanwo-Olu charged us to turn vision into action, and that is exactly what we intend to do. The open door that the federal government under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has provided must now become a doorway of collaboration. We must create access among ourselves, from government to business, from cities to rural communities, from policy tables to the grassroots. The mandate of the Southwest Development Commission is to make sure that accessible, tangible, we access tangible means to connect capital to creativity and creativity to community prosperity. And in closing, in calling for collective action, we intend, this region has not ever been short of leadership, but we must cultivate it deliberately for alignment. The time for competition is past. The time for collective contribution has come. So as we build a new path, I would like to engage our KBSs, our youths, our market women, our artisans, our farmers, beyond government. Every society must have a voice and role in the Southwest development story. For it was only when market women sees our enterprise as a part of regional prosperity, and when the young innovator feels included in regional planning, that true development will occur. So I'm therefore pleased to announce that the Southwest Development Commission will in the coming weeks host series of exhaustive stakeholder engagement sessions. This will be a comprehensive forum to share the Commission's vision, the strategic framework, and priority programs with our key partners across government, private sector, and the communities.
Thank you, sir.
In closing, I would like to reflect on what Chief Awolowo said, that a people that will be free must first arm themselves with knowledge and enterprise. This charge still remains true. Together, we will make this region once again the shining light of innovation, productivity, and unity. The time is now for one region, one block, one destiny, and one shared prosperity. Thank you for your attention.
A round of applause for Dr. Charles D.G. Akinola, the Managing Director, Southwest Development Commission. Thank you, sir. We're moving to another agency of government now. We're moving straight to the FCCPC, where we representing Mr. Olatunji Bello is Undaje Ijao. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am representing my Chief Executive, Mr. Olatunji Bello, as has been introduced. I work for the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC. We have been talking about the economy, and the economy, but the mistake we make most of the time is that we focus at the economy, and then there is consumption. When we talk about consumption, or rather the flip side of production is consumption. We have talked today about power. We have talked today about food. We have talked today about every other thing. But what we are not thinking about quite seriously is the condition of the consumer. How is the consumer faring in the marketplace? If you look at it, one of the areas where we have had the most problem is the way we treat the consumers in Nigeria. The consumer buys a product, the product does not give him value, and then he tries to return it, and the owner of the shop says, no refund of money after payment. I'm sure this is not new to us. We contend with this every day. The consumer buys electricity. He pays for electricity, but that electricity is not measured. And why? It is not measured because he has to be an estimated business. That is the only product I'm sure in the world. You have a situation where the owner of the product estimates what he thinks a consumer should pay. And then we have other products that still don't give consumers value. So when we talk about our mandate, we're talking about how that consumer is faring in the market. And if you look at it, what has changed of this administration? What has changed since the coming in of the administration is that the administration is not breathing hot air over our shoulders. Before now, if we have to act, we have to look at the countenance of the honorable minister that is our supervising minister. Sometimes we act against from the villa that you have to do this, you don't have to do that, you don't have to enforce against the recalcitrant business. But under the current administration, we don't have any of those kind of things. What we have today is courage. We have support from government. And then we also are enabled in a lot of ways to enforce our law. And that is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act. I must tell you that the way it is, not many Nigerians are aware of their rights, and they also do not know that the law is there to protect them. So what we are doing, essentially, the fulcrum of our programs today is one, enlightenment of consumers. Two, we are also enforcing to the best of our ability, to the best that the law has provided. I'll give you quick examples of what we have been doing. We prevent as well as we provide redress to consumer complaints. Talking about consumer complaints, between March and August of this year, we resolved 9,091 complaints that recovered for Nigerian consumers the total sum of 10-point-something billion naira. In quantifiable terms, sometimes we think that what we consume and how we do it does not amount to anything. If you buy, for instance, a can of milk and it doesn't give you value, and you continue to live it like that, what it does is that 10,000 other persons will be affected by the same complaint. Okay. So I give you a quick example of one of the things we did in the electricity sector. Ikeja Disco and Eco Disco announced to the world that they were going to replace what they called obsolete meters. Those obsolete meters were still functioning. And what it was going to translate was that they were going to replace meters and they had no capacity to replace those meters. So it meant the consumers that had that kind of meter would be migrated to estimated. And what we summoned also, I heard that's the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. And we gave a directive that that should not happen until we had replacement meters. Those meters. That's the kind of thing we have been doing. So when we talk about, so thank you very much. I am told that myself.
Thank you very much. That actually affects me as well. I had obsolete meter in my house.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for the good work. We're moving straight to the ITF. I have Dr. Afiz Oluwatoyin Ogun representing the Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Dr. Afiz is the DG of ITF. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellencies, my own governor, the governor of Ondo State, the chief host of this event, I greet you. other governors and deputy governors seated, I salute you all. Our royal fathers, Kabiyesi, I greet you all. Because of want of time, I'm going to summarize my own presentation. I'm here in double capacity, first and foremost, as the representative of Dr. Jumoke, the Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, under which ITF is placed. And I'm also here in my capacity as the Director General and Chief Executive of the Industrial Training Fund. Before I go into our activities in the ministry and in ITF, I would like to say, Yoruba Omoluabi. We usually say Yoruba Ronu, Yoruba Ronu, Yoruba Ronu. There is something we have been looking for decades. Now we have it in our hands. The center position in Abuja. We have it in our hand. The opportunity is here today. Don't allow it to slip away. This is the first 2 years, and by the grace of God, we still have 6 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in power by the grace of Almighty God. Let us think. Let us appreciate God for what he has done for us. Let us look back as the sovereign of Pa Obafemi Awolowo, Pa Adekunle Ajasin, and the host of others who suffered to bring in independence to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They labored. Many of us here went to school free of charge. We used up to eraser from Pa Adekunle Ajasin, free of charge, pencil, crayon, sharpeners, everything in our schools, free. What are we doing today? We should stop looking at those things. Let's look at them as history. Let's justify their effort. The world has moved. We are in the digital age now, and this world is moving very fast. Let us take this opportunity and perform better than our forefathers. This can be done by a united front. Do not let us look at party politics. Let us look at ourselves as Omoluabis. Let us look at ourselves as brothers from the same womb. Let us move the Yoruba nation up. The entire regions in Nigeria used to look up to us. Let this come back. Let this multiply better than we ever envisaged. Going back to my own ministry, our ministry have several parastatals, and ITF is just one, the Industrial Training Fund. The Industrial Training Fund was established after the bitter civil war of 1967 to 70. In 1971, it was established to take care, to quickly work to take care of middle level manpower that has been destroyed. A lot of government have come and gone. That mandate, where did we take it? We have seen in Nigeria artisans and technicians and middle level workers suffering to an extent that we now import workers from Togo, from Benin Republic, from Ghana. Our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, when I was appointed, gave us a task of uplifting Nigerian artisans and technicians to global standard, to international standard. That it is becoming embarrassing for us to wait for workers, tilers, plumbers, bricklayers from Ghana, Togo, and Benin Republic before we fix our homes and build our buildings. Then we started. We formed what is called Skill Up Artisan. The Skill Up Artisan program, we call it SUPER. We are in the process today, and I will briefly summarize to take you through how we started and where we are. Just permit me to do that in 5 minutes. We open a portal, we call it Super Portal, encourage artisans to register. We have over 1 million of them registered today. And we started with artisans, people who are not yet artisans, that is to be artisans. We call it the foundation level. We trained 29,000 of them last year in all the states of the Federation. And these 29,000, we say there is no more startup pack, because we have seen in Nigeria what happened to startup pack. They collect it to the right hand and they sell it to the left hand. What are we doing for them? We will train them up to international standard in our native language. After all, the Chinese people and the other people like Filipinos we import, they cannot speak English. We have started last year, and we are training them in our local languages. Our training is not just about technical training. We know in Nigeria that our plumbers, our artisans, our technicians, one of the greatest problems they have is lack of occupational ethics and patriotism. We see a lot of lies and cheating. We have successfully trained them in project management. We collaborated with the Chartered Institute of Project Managers of Nigeria. We developed a robust curriculum, and they have been taught the first batch on project management. You know that when you are making this agbada, it is a project for you. You need to follow the principle of project management. And that we have concluded. They have written their exam, and they are now certified. Those of the batch that has written, they are certified chartered members in a special category. Then we move on to industrial safety. Most of our artisans do not know how to take precaution when they are doing their work. We train them, and we see training on industrial safety such that they know what precautions to take when there is accident and what to do when they are working to prevent accident. We have done this, and they have also written exam, and this exam also in local languages. We went ahead to teach them patriotism and occupational ethics, which is something they are lacking. So training them this in their local language is like preaching to them, like imams and pastors talking to them. This is the way we train the trainer, and that has also happened. And as I talk to you now, 100,000 artisans and technicians, those who train in the foundation level, and more, 29,000 in the foundation level, and 71,000 from those artisans already practicing. The training is going on, and it is the technical training up to international standards. Do we have challenges? Yes. And I'm going to talk briefly about that. When we finish this certification, do they get from here? We now give them international exams. Right now, train the people that we conduct the exam are undergoing training from bodies like City and Guilds. These are the type of certificates they will get. Q&A technique, Pearson of England. These are the qualifications they will get for now before we develop our NSQF, which is in progress now, to meet the international standard. But in the meantime, we will give them international exam. And after that, what comes after that? We have seen series of training in Nigeria where artisans are trained. And after the training, what happens? They collect their stipends, they collect their startup pack, and they go back to drive their Okada. That will no longer happen. We are not giving any startup pack. We have 3 exits. The first one is we're collaborating with Nigeria Employer Consultative Association, NECA, Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, and other powerful industrialists in Nigeria, looking for direct job for them. These jobs are being compiled now. Those who want to work for 8 to 4 jobs, they will get this. That's the first exit. The second exit is what we call talent export. Although a lot of people are against JAPA, but when you JAPA with qualification, JAPA with government backing, it is the government that is sending you out. We collaborated with the chambers of commerce of several countries, and we have a conduit pipe with these countries, asking them, what do you need? When they tell us the labor they need, we come back home, we fetch them under the supervision of our ministry. This is what some people do not want to hear, the JAPA syndrome. JAPA by an artisan brings dollars back home. For those of us who have been out there, who have lived out there for some years, you know that white-collar jobbers, when they make $100, they can spend everything there and stay there and remain abroad. But artisans and technicians, blue-collar jobbers, if they make $100, $80 will be coming back home. So then the last that we increase our foreign exchange. And the last part is business incubation, where we intend to incubate robust businesses for our technicians and artisans with partnership with government and private organization. Because of time, I cannot talk about this robust program enough. This is just a very brief summary. Thank you, and God bless.
So much. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. This session hasn't just been educative. It has also given the need and told every single person who has spoken here today that there is need to engage the people more directly so that the people actually know what you're doing for them and how it affects their lives, positively on a day-to-day basis. Thank you so much for your contributions, sir. We quickly want to take some pictures so that we can call it a wrap for the day.
Questions?
Because of our time, are you still here tomorrow? Are you still here?
Don't worry. Please, can we give a big round of applause to them, please? Let's have a photo session.
Do that tomorrow.
Let's have the photo session here. Excellency, sir. Amadayela Mulek, see. Hey, photo.
Photo up.
Hey, Banje, aye, that you are. You photo more. Can we clap for them, please? Brilliant men, very brilliant men. Well done. Can we clap for them one more time, please? It will interest you to know that tomorrow here we'll be starting exactly 10 a.m. and we'll be hosting at least 2 ministers. Minister Dele, Honorable Dele Alake, and of course, Momi Tuji Ojo will be here tomorrow. The DSS will be here. The EFCC will be here. Quite a number of agencies will be here, and you're going to have the opportunity of having Governor, sir, Mr. Governor, sir.
And you think you're going to take a photo without me?
Thank you very much. Yes, tomorrow, just as I said, we're going to have those two ministers, and we'll have a long session for questions and answers. We want to particularly thank our Kábíyèsí, 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 Kábíyèsí. Kádúpẹ́ lórí o kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, ẹ kó wa jẹ̀pẹ́ o. Ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ ó pọ̀ sí ẹṣin ọba ó jẹ kó pẹ́. Ẹ ti fi hàn wá bó lórí ṣe ń ṣe. Àdúpẹ́ gidigidi lọ́wọ́ yín. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this session of today's ceremony. We want to thank you very much. We want to thank you very much. But we're not going to do that without having the national anthem. Just hold on, don't release it yet.
Hold on, ladies. We'll do the national anthem. Hold on, ladies.
So,
Hold on.
national anthem. Continue.
Hold on.
I will continue.
We need to do the national anthem.
Mr. Governor, sir, we'll take the national anthem now.
The Ondo State anthem first, and then the national anthem.
Do we have the Southwest anthem there, Mr. DJ? Yes, we'll take after this photo session. After this photo session. Control room. Can we have the Southwest anthem? Can we have the Southwest anthem? What's in call? National anthem, please. The national anthem. National anthem.
Shall be a symbol that through justice it's all about to all these three counts of sin to have unto all children And so good experience see Nigeria, baby, baby.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Adúpẹ́ o.
Sir.
Ara yìí bá. Oríkèémà yìí dúró ní ìkọ́gbọ̀gún ọdún lẹ́yìn ògùn kiri bí ìmọ̀lẹ̀ àtàn o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kó lóṣù parí papọ̀ bá ló wáyé. Káyé wa lè fi ìkẹyìn láláyé ilẹ̀ òkè ọ̀hún. Ẹ̀rín àkọ́kọ́ yẹrí lápò ló jẹ́rí ní kábíyé. Ọba Nàìjíríà tí ẹ ti ṣe yìí dàrú àti òyìnbó ti fa ìkàlẹ́nu mọ́. Ìjẹ́ta orúkọ tí a gbé ilé ní ọgbà ní ojú olódùmarè ìgbà lọ́wọ́ èyí ẹni bá dalẹ̀ abálẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Bàbá wa kì í ṣe òjọ́wọ́. Olúwa dá wa láre òkú mi máa.